Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the first meeting of the City Council of Pacific Grove. I hope everyone had a good holiday and you're taking measures to stay safe as we are by meeting virtually. So this is an amended, well, on the agenda, it's an amended special meeting. It's Wednesday, January 12th, 2022. It's 6 p.m. And I'll ask our city clerk, Ms. Kendall, to please give us a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Peak.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams. Here. Yeah. Council members Emilio.
Here.
Coletti.
Here.
Paduri.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Tomlinson. All are present with the exception of Councilmember Tomlinson at this moment.
Thank you. Our first order of business is approval of remote teleconferencing, and that's AB 361, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Kendall again.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the public. My staff report is very brief. Assembly Bill 361 requires the city within 30 days of holding a virtual meeting for the first time and every 30 days thereafter to make findings ratifying the state of the emergency. The council ratified resolution 21-029 on October 6th and has ratified it monthly, October 6, 2021, and has ratified it monthly since. The council must now renew the effect of the resolution by ratifying it again or adopting another. The staff recommends the council ratify resolution 21-029, emergency teleconferencing, authorizing remote teleconference meetings of all city legislative bodies for the following 30 days in accord with the Ralph M. Brown Act. This concludes staff report.
And do we need to go out to public comment and then vote on this?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any public comment?
I do see two hands raised. Peter Mountier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
My apologies, everybody. My hand raised for the next item.
Thank you.
Right.
So I will lower my hand.
Mr. Nick Newman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'd just like to raise a few salient points that a friend of mine helped me put together. I'm repeating a few things here, but I'd just like to say that I think the development of the property is a good idea, but currently—
Mr. Newman?
Hello.
Mr. Newman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
The agenda item is AB 361, this approval of teleconferencing. We'll get to the ATC
Thanks.
project in just a minute. So if you could hold on.
Yeah, I'm just joining, excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you. Inga Lawrence and Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and all. Because there is no general public comment tonight, I want to say that this remote access Zoom meetings really limits public transparency in that, whereas once upon a time in public meetings, there was a book on the back media table where we could actually see letters of correspondence and there was a complete record, and sometimes they were even printed out for us and on the table. In this case, and with Zoom meetings, they aren't posted on the web. The information given to the general public is extremely tightly controlled and limited, and we are all left in the dark. Yes, a hybrid meeting would be good, but the strictly Zoom meeting is so debilitating to public access to anything on public disclosure is just incredible. So I would like to say that this is not working. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Tula Hubbard, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I actually have a little different take. I want to thank the city council for having the vision of making sure that our democratic process continues, even in these challenging times, even with the uncertainty. The fact that we're still able to move forward with the business of our city and our community's needs is very important, so that we're not at the end of whatever this ends up being, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years from now, looking at each other with a huge backlog of trying to handle the business of our city. So thank you for doing everything within your power. I recognize that it's not ideal. I do agree. And it certainly has some challenges. But the flip side is it keeps us all safe and keeps us moving forward. And I appreciate that. Thank you for the vision that you have to do this.
Thank you.
Mark Stevens, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Mr. Stevens, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak. I don't have a speech prepared. I just want to say that I think we need to have the city council meetings where people can attend. I really enjoy mingling with you. I seeing you while you're speaking, and you hopefully you feel the same way when the general public speaks up. So I'm opposed to these Zoom meetings. I really wish you would resume face-to-face meetings at City Hall, and I'm happy to share oxygen with any of you. I'm not afraid, and we need to stop living in fear and reclaim our lives. And I look to the City Council to demonstrate that with this vote that you're going to take. Don't have these meetings on Zoom, please. Let's go back to City Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kate Spencer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. I would just like to say briefly that I'm very glad that you're still meeting on Zoom. It's much easier for many people to be able to give public comments, especially when things are over the dinner hour and some of us are working. So I appreciate it, and I'm glad for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to agree with Kate Spencer. I do really appreciate the Zoom meetings. It just makes a huge difference to be able to attend this way. And it obviously is not ideal for a lot of people. So having a hybrid situation, I think, will be great when the COVID situation makes that possible. But Zoom has its drawbacks, and I do appreciate being able to be there in person at times, but Zoom allows so much flexibility, and there's so many, I believe, so many more people who are able to attend when there's Zoom meetings. It would be lovely to work out some of the kinks, but I hope you will go to the hybrid situation when that's possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for a discussion and a vote, and a motion, and then a vote.
Move approval, Your Honor.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion, please.
Absolutely.
I wanted to thank the public for their patience, and I too miss my colleagues in person. Actually, we haven't had a meeting in person together yet. However, over the weekend, the testing positivity rate in Monterey County was 24% for COVID-19. So obviously with Omicron, we are seeing a surge. And I understand that this is not the ideal situation for the public, but I too am grateful that we are able to continue with city business. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to add also, I think that, seeing 124 people in attendance and 39 panelists, that's, well over 150 people participating in this meeting tonight. And we have meetings like that where, since this has been going on almost nearly 2 years, where the involvement in the community, although not perfect, has been, I think, increased. There's no doubt in my mind the amount of people able to participate through this this situation is increased, and I appreciate that so much, to have the community listening and participating and getting their input and feedback. For those who find it where it's challenging or not working or not inclusive, I encourage you to continue to be that squeaky wheel, because the process has improved over the 2 years we've been doing this, only because of you. So please reach out for tech support to the city when needed. And as long as we need to do this for the safety for our community, I do see a positive in it, and it's right in front of my face right now with nearly 150 people participating tonight. So thank you.
I'll add that I've been working with staff, with Mr. Mohammed Qasmi and Sandra Kendall and others to create a hybrid meeting. And I can't say when, but we'll do that. But hopefully we're looking at February and March, so not too long into the future. May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti?
Aye.
Baduri?
Aye.
Tomlinson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll turn to Councilmember Smith. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Your Honor. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now I need motion to approve the agenda. I suggest we amend the agenda and forego item 2, council and staff announcements. We'll defer that to next week's regular meeting. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
And a vote, please. That's the move on the amended agenda, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmembers Emilio?
Aye.
Coletti?
Aye.
Baduri?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Tomlinson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, we're on to the sole item on our agenda tonight. And I'll just remind everybody that this is a quasi judicial hearing. In this ATC project appeal, City Council, acting in a judicial capacity, is charged with making adjudicatory decisions. Those decisions relate to evaluations or judgments in applying legal standards to discretionary land use entitlement. City Council may affirm in part, or reverse the action of the Planning Commission that is the subject of this appeal based upon findings of fact. Findings are listed in the packet for consideration by council in making its decision on this project appeal. Council's findings must be supported by substantial evidence, and the better to refer to the evidence that supports each. When reviewing the Planning Commission's decision on the subject architectural permit, use permit, tree permit with development, and coastal development permit, the council may amend or adopt additional conditions of approval that may address other issues or concerns than the subject of this appeal. Any comments or questions by council? Okay. Seeing none, I'll move now to ex parte communication. In short, our municipal code 2.04090 requires all council members make complete disclosures for each ex parte contact or communication. This applies to information of a specific nature received by a council member through contacts outside the record. The member shall disclose orally or by written submission. So my interpretation of that is it does not include, I'll say, informal or casual communications between council members and the general public, because the general public are providing their views. And that's not specific information on the project. So I'm going to lead off with my ex parte, and then we'll go around to council members. So let's see. I had ex parte communication on permit compliance, and that's on mitigation monitoring and reporting. That was about within the last 10 days. And I exchanged emails with Deborah Keiler, with Rob Mullane, and Dave Laredo. And I also exchanged recently emails on Ocean View Boulevard metered on-street parking before and after the project with Rob Mullane. And I also discussed with him truck hours of operation during or after hotel construction. Right. Who's next? Maybe for the record, we should go around to every council member, and if you don't have any ex parte communication, then you can so state. Councilmember Pedori, I saw your virtual hand up earlier.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did have ex parte communications. I met with Ms. Deborah Geiler, as well as Mike Zimmerman from the Canary Row Company in December. I had also met former councilman and Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Robert Hewitt, as well as former Mayor Bill Camp. All of these individuals, I had met them to essentially collect their viewpoints around the project. I'd also met Mr. Mullane as well to collect his viewpoints. In addition, I'd also attempted to connect with Mr. Tony Ciani, who represents PG Coast Watch. Mr. Ciani declined my offer, stating that he avoids private discussions with members of the City Council. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to make ex parte communication? Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, I just had a conversation with former Mayor Robert Hewitt. That's all.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had no physical meetings of any kind with the developer, nor did I receive any information of a specific nature outside of the record or which I was not already aware of. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no ex parte to report.
Okay. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also, you wanted everyone to speak, right? So I also have no ex parte to report.
I would appreciate it. That'll just make the record complete. Okay. All right. The sequence of speakers for the hearing tonight. Director Hunter will start off with the staff presentation, followed by Ms. Deborah Geiler, who will speak for the project applicant, appellant, were, and for a maximum of 30 minutes as previously agreed. And then followed by public speakers. Considering the number of attendees, I'm gonna have to limit everyone from the public to 2 minutes, with the exception of Mr. Tony Ciani, who as a designated spokesperson for opposition will be given a maximum of 10 minutes. Prefer to have him start off the public dialogue, and then followed by Deborah Geiler, who will have up to 5 minutes for a rebuttal. At that time, we'll close the hearing and take a break. And after the conclusion of the break, we'll go into council deliberation. And as usual, that will be the time for questions of staff or the applicant, as well as dialogue. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's my understanding that only folks in an ex parte communication who has standing would have special privileges to speak longer. Can you explain the thoughts behind a specific group having a longer speaking time, and get Mr. Laredo to kind of weigh in on whether I'm right or wrong about that?
Okay, I'm happy to have council dialogue on this. I'm affording, just to point out, I'm affording 8 more minutes to Mr. Ciani. I suspect we will probably spend at least 15 minutes discussing this, but if that is necessary, then we'll have this dialogue. Do you wish to continue?
Yes, Mayor, I do. I don't want to isolate any other group that might have wanted additional time to speak. And so I need to know whether it's part of the hearing, whether that's an authorized, that we're able to do that. So I don't think that we are, and I'm not interested in doing it. So I'd like to have this discussion.
Okay. Well, since I raised, I suggested that recommended Mr. Ciani have 10 minutes as designated opposition spokesperson. First of all, I'll direct you to the agenda, item 3, public hearings, the second sentence. And I'll read it. A designated spokesperson for opposition to the item may be given 10 minutes to speak, and all others in opposition may be given 3 minutes each. Now, we haven't had many hearings with a spokesperson for the opposition, and so that's not something we normally have done. But I checked back 7 years of worth of agendas, and this instruction for public hearings in city council meetings has been there for at least 7 years. And this occurred most recently at the Planning Commission. And I can't give you specific examples at the moment when it has not. It's my understanding that it is council's privilege to provide the amount of time for public speakers. So what I suggest is we have this dialogue, and then we vote on how much time to assign to public speakers. Now, I've only received communication from one person indicating that they wish to speak to others, speak on behalf of others in attendance at this meeting, and that's Mr. Tony Ciani. He's given me about 10 names, If each of them spoke, obviously it would be 20 minutes. And I'm suggesting that he be given an additional 8 minutes for a total of 10 minutes. So if you would like to go into the specifics, we could ask Mr. Ciani to identify, or the people in the public that wish him to speak on their behalf, people that are present and wish to cede their time to him, we could identify at least 4 people and as a process credit their time to him. That's my thinking. If council would like to go down that path, we can do so. Let's hear from other council members. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just point out that Council Policy 000-9 affords this opportunity. It has specific guidelines that dictate how a member of the public can get standing to speak, which apparently, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Ciani has fully followed. I'll read from it, from the policy. The policy says if a single designated spokesperson provides the city clerk in advance of the meeting names of persons who request her or him to speak on their behalf, such as persons being 10 or greater in number, that single spokesperson shall be allocated an increased amount of time to speak, not to exceed 10 minutes. So this is perfectly within the purview of council per our own policy. And I noticed that Mr. Comstock is here on the line. I'm sure Mr. Comstock wants the community to be engaged. And I'm sure Mr. Comstock would not object to this at all. So for that reason, I support the mayor's request to allow Mr. Ciani 10 minutes. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with what you're talking about, but I think Mr. Harvey's had his hand up for a while, so I just wanted to point that out.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Mayor, I certainly wasn't expecting this conversation, but I see no harm in giving Mr. Ciani 10 minutes on behalf of the Coast Group. And I mean, what Councilmember Coletti said is right on. And also you quoted our policy and process. So I'm happy to afford him that 10 minutes without others having to yield their time, honestly. So thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
And thank you, Mayor. I would like to understand if Mr. Ciani is getting 10 minutes and he's representing the Coast Watch. Does that mean that others who are commenting do not represent the Coast Watch? And how are we going to ascertain that? Do we have any indication? Because I know the letter that came in had several names in it. How are we going to determine if they're getting double the time, that is?
Well, what we could do is to ask the attendees to self-identify that Mr. Ciani is their spokesperson and essentially cede their time to him.
I have a recommendation, Your Honor.
That would take care. Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Can't Mr. Ciani just identify the folks that he's speaking for?
Okay, well, let's
I believe he already has.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to Councilmember Tomlinson. She has her hand up. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, Mayor. I started by asking the question just to get the opinion from our city attorney. So can Mr. Laredo answer the question? be happy to go with it. I just don't want to, I know these quasi judicial hearings have a lot more rules than we are used to. I appreciate that you prepped for this, Mayor Peak, but I just want to hear from Dave Laredo, because I did not expect this at the start of the meeting. So.
If I may, through the mayor then, our municipal code does make it clear which persons are parties and how to become a party to an appeal. It makes it clear on municipal code section 23.74.050 and it's subdivision C, joining an appeal. And it makes it clear that any person who wishes to join an appeal shall follow the process for an appellant by timely filing an appeal. No person shall be allowed to join an appeal after the expiration of the time limit for appeals. No one has joined the appeal, so it's clear there are no other parties to the appeal. At the same time, there's no question that the council policy does allow public comment to be made by persons that are acknowledged to represent organizations. So it's within the prerogative of the council to afford additional time under these circumstances if that's the will of the council through the mayor as presiding officer, or if it were raised to the full council, then it would be a majority vote of the council that would decide that. But it is appropriate to afford additional time if the council chooses. That does not mean that this organization or this group becomes a party to this proceeding. The time period to add a party to the appeal has lapsed.
Okay, thank you for that. So that brings clarity to me that Mr. Gianni is not a party to the hearing, but he would be afforded the ability to speak longer because other people are ceding their time to him and we're authorizing that. I just hope there wasn't other groups that wanted to do something like this and didn't get the chance. That's my concern, but I'm fine with it. I very much like what Mr. Gianni has to say, so I'm happy to have him speak on behalf of other folks. He's a well-spoken individual, but I hate to leave anybody else out, that's all.
Councilmember Coletti.
My understanding is that Mr. Ciani complied with our council policy to the letter, and no one else that I'm aware of asked for this additional time to speak. So as far as I know, Mr. Ciani is the only one, and he followed the rules. And I do appreciate, and thank you, Councilmember Thomason, for asking the attorney. I do appreciate the distinction that the city attorney has made, where legally there is no, he has no standing, but he did follow our policy. And I look forward to voting yes. Thank you.
Well, I haven't heard a motion. I think we could go two ways. One is we could informally accept that Mr. Ciani is speaking on behalf of a number of others that are in attendance from the public here today, and sort of be on the honor system that they won't be speaking and save us that time. Or we could ask those folks to self-identify themselves so we see the number of people. I leave it up to you. I prefer the honor system where we don't have to go through this process, but I'll leave it up to council. Councilmember Thomason.
I'll move that we have 2 minutes for public comment other than Mr. Gianni and follow the honor system.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmembers Emilio,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
and Tomlinson. Oh, I got you already. Motion carries 7-0.
Turn the floor over to Director Hunter for city staff. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would like to actually hand the staff presentation over to our contract planner, Rob Mullane, who will go through a PowerPoint, and he will be making the staff presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I hope you can now see my screen. Everybody see that?
Yes, if you could enlarge it full screen, please.
Sure, I will.
Yes. Slideshow.
All right. So tonight is the appeal and call up of the American Tin Cannery Hotel and Commercial Project and EIR with the various permits that are associated with it. And also another component before the council tonight is an intent to vacate the right-of-way for the Sloat Avenue section between Erdley and Dewey. I'm going to go relatively fast through the staff presentation because I know we have many speakers, and I know the applicant team has a fairly lengthy presentation. So just some milestones. This project has gone through several meetings, and even before that, and was the specific project site was the subject of a city ballot initiative, Measure X, which rezoned the site for hotel uses. And the application was filed in mid 2019. Draft EIR was prepared the following year, and then several city advisory committee and commissions deliberated on the project. The Planning Commission held 2 meetings on it on October and November of this past year. And at the end, they denied the project on a 4-2 vote and opted not to certify the final EIR. An appeal was filed by the applicant shortly thereafter, and then on the council's December 1st meeting, it was called up by council for discussion as well. So that brings us to tonight. And I'll go quickly through the project summary. I believe the council is all very well familiar with the project. These are very similar slides that were presented in the Planning Commission meeting. But it is the revitalization of the American Tin Cannery Mall site at 109-125 Ocean View Boulevard. The applicant is proposing a 225-room hotel, about 11,000 square feet of retail commercial and on-site parking for almost 300 cars, including off-site parking lot at 124 Central, next to the dry cleaners. The hotel is really set up in two separate wings. The Bluffs wings, which has 104 keys or rooms, and the Shoreline wing, which has 121 keys. And there are all the expected hotel amenities for a hotel of this type: restaurants, bars, meeting space, spa, fitness, and pools. The project involves the demolition of the 2 buildings on the right in this slide, Building 2 and Building 3, and a partial demolition of a portion of Building 1 to create a courtyard. Buildings 0, which is the Archie's Aloha Diner building, and Building 1, which is the iconic Sawtooth building, will be adaptively reused for hotel purposes, and structures will be built elsewhere on the site. So it's not a complete it's not a complete demolition of the site and restarting. It's retaining the 2 most historically significant buildings on the site, portion of those. There would be valet parking in 3 separate lots. Because of the project entrances and breaking up the project's facade along the various frontages, as well as the Sloat Avenue right-of-way vacation, there would be a displacement of a total of 24 on-street parking spaces. These are metered, open to the public, operated by the city. And there would be a gain of 35 self-parking spaces in the upper lot on Central. And those would be dedicated to the public They would be provided by the applicant and operated by the applicant. And that results in a net gain of 11 spaces from what is existing now for public parking. And of course, the valet operations would also be open to members of the public. It's not just for the hotel guests, it's for anybody that would like to park there and would like to use the facilities, to frequent the retail or the restaurant, not just the hotel guests. There is substantial grading for subgrade parking. That's shown in this slide in the deeper red colors. This would be primarily under the bluff swing, so further from the coast. That was a major project revision. After hearing from the Architectural Review Board, there was excavation and grading in the front of the property for a second subterranean parking lot. That was taken out of the project with the project revisions. Still has about 30,000 cubic yards of cut, 3,000 of fill. But that change in the project after the ARB review was a reduction of about 38% of the grading volumes, and that includes the number of truck trips. There would be the removal of most of the trees on site, up to 79 of these trees. In many of these trees were landscaping trees planted with the original mall development, and the vast majority of them are in either fair or poor health. Trees have a lifetime and a life cycle, and the project does propose to exceed the city's standard 1-to-1 replacement ratio and plant 133. The staff report indicates 136, but we recently were made aware that there's 3 trees that are existing, so it's really 133 replacement trees. Large box sizes, either 36 or 48 inches, and a substantial amount of landscaping and throughout the site along the streets and the courtyards and patios. Obviously, new exterior lighting, and the project would be designed to meet LEED Gold standards. Applicant can talk more about that if the council would wish. And there are substantial public access amenities included with hotel, interpretive kiosk, rooftop garden, and viewing platform, among others. So there was a series of recommendations from the ARB's review of the project back in December 2020, and the applicant team incorporated many of those. The primary modifications, I alluded to the reduction in the landward relocation of the excavation for the subgrade parking areas. There's also several changes to reduce the building mass and step the building back from various sides of the project. They ended up actually relocating 10 or 11 of the top floor rooms to lower levels. And the applicant team has a very good visual renderings of the change, both from the original project design to this design, and from the with the changes in existing conditions to the built project. There would be, to create more spaces for on-grade parking, there's a reduction of meeting and event space and street retails, a fairly substantial reconfiguration of the parking plans. We talked about the replacement trees. They've as a result of some of the comments at the Planning Commission in advance of that meeting, they have incorporated more native trees into the tree planting palette, a substantially higher number of coastal live oaks, and a larger number of box trees. And then they also incorporated design elements reflective of Cannery Row. We had substantial commentary or comments rather on story poles and balloons and why that wasn't done for this site. There's 2 takeaways here. One is the city had a story pole advisory committee that put together guidelines for story poles, and they're really intended for residential zoning districts. And then they explicitly talk about circumstances where story poles should not be installed for safety concerns, and those are noted about midway down this page. The policy goes on to say if you're unable to do story poles and netting, the city should require a photo illustration of the project proper context and a shadow cast at specific times of the day. That was done for the project. It's in the plan set, and there are substantial renderings, elevations, aerial oblique photographs, the shade and shadow studies to really illustrate the project. It's very difficult to story pole a project of this size, particularly because portions of it are already constructed. Nevertheless, the city had the building official review the requests for story poles from members of the public, and he did provide a memo that basically said this would not be a safe project to story pole. And I just wanted to show that memo. Many of you have heard about it, but there it is if we need to revisit it. Another issue that came up during the Planning Commission deliberation and also in many of the comment letters was water demand. There was a technical study prepared by Stantec that accompanied the project application. It concluded that the project would have slightly under 18 acre feet of year of water demand, which was less than their existing water allocation recognized by the Water Management District, which was 18.5 or 18.53. As a result of the revisions to the project in September, the water demand actually came down more, and the city recently got a refined analysis from the applicant that actually shows a new water demand of 16.54. And that has to do with less retail space. There is less meeting space. There are smaller pools than the original design. And because of the relocation of the rooftop rooms, the upper level rooms, the rooms tend to be smaller with less fixtures. I want to emphasize that there is no Pacific Grove local water project entitlement required for the project. And in fact, they have a nearly 2 acre foot per year buffer. And I do believe we have Mr. Dave Stoltz in the audience to speak to some of these issues if the council would like. Very briefly, there's a lot more analysis in the Planning Commission staff report, which was included as an attachment to the council's report. But the project has site-specific development standards, and these were a big focus for this area of the city in the city's newly certified LCP or local coastal program. And the American Cannery site had development standards that were that applied just to that site. And among those are a site coverage of 90% maximum, a height limit of 40 feet maximum with some additional height allowed for rooftop equipment if it's adequately screened. And there are building setbacks which are have a little bit more of a building setback adjacent to residential areas and otherwise are 0 feet. And the project does comply with these development standards, and the applicant has some good slides that show the height of the building with respect to the 40-foot height limit. As I mentioned early in the presentation, the city went through a environmental impact report process for CEQA review. And the city was a lead agency for that. The city was responsible for the preparation and circulation of the EIR. The city went through an RFP process, got 3 bids from firms, and reviewed those proposals and elected or recommended to hire Kimley Horn, which the council did through resolution for the EIR preparation. Kimley Horn is a pretty big firm that has many of the specialized expertise in-house. They relied on sub-consultants for other specialized expertise, but it is a top-notch team that is well regarded in the CEQA practitioning community. Their EIR included a peer review of all the applicant prepared technical reports. So there were instances where those additional mitigation or refined analysis was included as a result of the peer review. City staff were involved in the preparation as well, reviewing administrative drafts of both the draft and final EIR. And this is the city's document. This is not an applicant document, it's the city's document. It is funded by the applicant, and that's standard practice for projects that require CEQA. There was a substantial analysis of all the potential environmental impacts. Several mitigation measures were identified to either avoid or lessen the significance of the impacts noted in the EIR, and all of those mitigation measures are incorporated into the project's conditions of approval. The rest of the slide just talks about the EIR process and timeline, but one of the takeaways is that the city had the draft EIR was out for a 60-day review, which is longer than the 45-day minimum requirement. So this evening, the council will conduct a public hearing on the appeal, the project, and the intent to vacate, as well as the certification of the EIR. There are 3 resolutions for your consideration this evening. Of those, the second one, the project approval, we have some slight revisions that staff will walk the council through if you're at a point where you would like to entertain a motion. And the intent to vacate is sets the stage for the actual vacation. It sets a hearing that is February 2nd of this year. And then subsequent to that, there will be a real property agreement that will come back to the council for the actual vacation, for the financial instrument for the vacation. So in summary, the project was carefully reviewed for consistency with the general plan, local coastal plan, and zoning code. It was found consistent with all the policies and standards. The staff recommendation is to grant the appeal, the applicant's appeal, overturn the planning commission denial of the project and EIR, certify the EIR, approve the project, and adopt the intent to vacate resolution. And I do have a slide that has proposed motions for the city council staff report again, if the council gets to that point. So thank you. I will be happy to entertain questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Ms. Geiler, welcome. The floor is yours.
Welcome, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Peak and members of the City Council. I'm Deborah Geiler. I'm Vice President of Forward Planning and Entitlements for Comstock Development Company. On behalf of the entire Comstock team, we appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you this evening and appreciate everyone's attendance under Zoom circumstances. The city has considerable responsibilities to the long-term future of the community, and we appreciate your interest in the ATC project. Our presentation tonight takes its cues from the previous public meetings, as well as comments received from the community throughout the process over the past nearly 4 years. This evening's presentation by the project architects and ecologists will incorporate an overview of the project and will focus on how the project has been refined to be responsive to comments and input received. John Hill, project concept and lead architect, will begin our presentation. John?
Good evening. My name is John Hill. I'm an architect specializing in hotel design. I'm a Monterey Peninsula resident and very pleased for the opportunity to share the design vision for the American Tin Cannery project. The inspiration for the project's design is primarily driven by the site itself and its surrounding context, and consists of several separate yet connected parcels enjoying spectacular Monterey Bay views. And located where Pacific Grove meets the city of Monterey, kitty corner to the aquarium and opposite the Hopkins Marine Station. Originally, the site formed the western end of Cannery Row and for many decades supported the industrial seafood processing industry. The nearby buildings and those on site today are therefore more closely aligned with the industrial architectural precedents of Cannery Row, both past and present, including more recent examples like the Monterey Aquarium. There are significant site challenges, including the deteriorating condition of the existing buildings. as well as the large box-like mass of existing structures almost covering the entire bottom half of the site, that also create a continuous and unfriendly wall along the most visible part of the property on Ocean View Boulevard. Even the ground floor elevations are lifted well above grade, originally for loading products into trucks and trains, and reinforce this unfriendly physical barrier which discourages pedestrians and vehicles from penetrating the site. The new project architecture, exterior materials, and details all take their cues from Cannery Row vernacular, and most importantly, the American Tin Cannery itself, with its exposed concrete structural frame and metal factory sash windows. Many areas within the existing American Tin Cannery building are in significant disrepair, but the intent is to save the existing interior and exterior structure, restore all the building's exterior facades, and repurpose the use to accommodate much needed meeting and other spaces, bringing it back to its original design integrity with new code appropriate and energy efficient assemblies. The exteriors of the new structures will be a contemporary industrial expression with a similar exposed concrete exterior frame, vertical corrugated metal and wood siding, and metal sash windows and shade devices that recall the ATC building's original industrial slash windows, as well as old and new examples from Cannery Row. To create a more intimate experience and to de-emphasize the project scale, it is designed as 4 distinctly separate buildings that include a new upper hotel wing over the existing parking lot with a separate entry arrival off Erdley Avenue. The existing Archie's building on the corner, which initially housed the cannery offices, the American Tin Cannery itself, and a new lower hotel wing with a separate arrival entrance off of Ocean View Boulevard. To be clear, this is one hotel with 2 separate wings deliberately differentiated to break down the perceived project scale and to accommodate a broader range of guests and the visiting public. The lower wing off Ocean View Boulevard is designed to appeal more to groups and families with more multi-occupant guest rooms and connecting room opportunities. Whereas the upper wing off of Erdley is designed to accommodate the free independent traveler with guest rooms and amenities designed accordingly. Having 2 separate arrival courts provides the ability to more easily manage vehicular arrivals and departures, especially during events. All the buildings share the same support and amenity areas: kitchen, restaurants, spa, meeting, fitness, etc., all centrally located at levels where the 2 wings meet and convenient to both. During the Architectural Review Board hearing, a suggestion was made to relocate the service entrance. However, in most hotel projects, the service area is located adjacent to these back-of-house spaces and in the most inconspicuous and least impactful area. In this instance, the project has 3 public faces with entrances and front doors on Central, Erdley, and Ocean View. Locating a service area in any of these locations would be highly disruptive to both vehicular and pedestrian activity, and locating deliveries and a trash enclosure adjacent to major entries to a project is just simply not appropriate. So the service entrance has been recessed at the end of the remainder of Sloat Avenue, over 200 feet away from the neighborhood to the west. A roll-up door was added to conceal the interior activities and the space within configured so trucks can turn around and unload inside the building and out of public view. This location and the truck routing were previously reviewed with Pacific Grove staff and comply with their recommendations, the recommendations of both the traffic and EIR consultants and other city requirements. Because the site topography rises over 40 feet from Ocean View up to Central Avenue, dynamic bay views are possible from multiple levels, along with the opportunity to locate project components that don't require views or natural light benched into the slope. And to maintain view corridors from the neighboring areas, the buildings step downhill with higher building components, all within the height limit, but located deep within the center of the project and away from the perimeter of the property, where the structures step down to 1 or 2 stories at the project's edges. Again, during the Architectural Review Board and Planning Commission process, we received some meaningful comments, and while the project fully complies with all city land use policies and development standards, significant changes were made to the design to address any reasonable concerns. To address comments regarding height, scale, and key view corridors, the high roof area was lowered and the ends of the building further sculpted to reduce visual scale and further open up view corridors from surrounding properties. As illustrated by the red cubes in this diagram, a third of the upper level was removed by reducing the number of suites, eliminating 11 bay view guest rooms, and replacing them with less desirable garden view rooms at lower levels. Another request was to remove 119 underground parking spaces along Ocean View to mitigate concerns regarding construction, sound, and vibration on marine life. As a response, 35,000 square feet of underground parking garage was eliminated, which represents roughly 38% reduction in excavation and export. The removed spaces have been relocated to an above-ground garage within the back of the ATC building and to the upper level portions of the site. This was also achieved by a significant reduction in enclosed project area, back-of-house support space, retail space, and some meeting space. As it stands today, the existing building footprints and asphalt covers almost 90% of the project site. So the ability to have unseen project areas benched into the slope results in well over half the site available for landscaping, open space courtyards, green roofs, and other exterior spaces. All these exterior spaces provide multiple access opportunities for pedestrians and the public to enter the site without having to enter the interior hotel spaces. And so they can appreciate the many public benefits listed on this diagram and the many points of connection and public paths of travel into, through, and around the property. Again, a significant site constraint is a continuous, unrelenting wall of large flat facades on Ocean View, discouraging pedestrians and vehicles from penetrating. The new project breaks up this uninterrupted frontage through the introduction of multiple and inviting courtyards, bringing light and air deep into the site, welcoming both pedestrians and vehicles. And at the existing American 10 Cannery building, removing 4 structural bays to create a new exterior courtyard with a much needed outdoor gathering space. At the lower half of the site, the new building structures will be roughly 7 feet lower than the large box-like warehouse buildings that exist there today. This slide shows the existing warehouse building superimposed over the proposed project, illustrating how the proposed design will be much lower, as well as creating a much more inviting, articulated, and varied street frontage. And the lower areas at the upper hotel wing and adjacent properties overlook are proposed as green roofs, one of the project's many sustainable features that we'll touch on in detail later. To better illustrate how the project is actually perceived from the neighboring community, we've prepared accurate eye-level before and after views of the project at all key points where it's actually visible to the public. The first pedestrian view is taken from Erdlian Lighthouse looking downhill. From this location, the new construction actually opens up bay views along the street axis. We took additional views higher up the hill, but the existing buildings and vegetation prevented seeing the project. The next view is taken further downhill at the intersection of Erdley and Central. This slide also illustrates how the new buildings step down adjacent to Erdley and at the project's periphery. The next view is taken from the sidewalk along Central. Here, the building facade is set back over 150 feet away from the sidewalk, and the height of the roof is only 26 feet higher than the sidewalk elevation, approximately the same as a 2-story residence. And this aerial view even better illustrates the building's distance from Central Avenue. And when moving west, the project becomes screened by the existing buildings, including the Aquarium Office Building and its roof, highlighted here in red, which is roughly 3 to 4 feet higher than the highest roof in our project. Similar to Erdley, views were also taken higher uphill on Dewey. However, as this slide indicates, the project cannot be seen due to the existing foreground buildings. And moving down further downhill to this view taken at the corner of Central and Dewey and looking towards the bay, the project structures are still not visible and only become so by traveling further downhill on Dewey. At this location, approximately mid-block on Dewey between Central and Sloat, a corner of the new structures first becomes visible. And now further downhill to the intersection of Dewey and Sloat, this slide illustrates the existing and the proposed structures. And in all these views, the trees shown are at their approximate height at 3 years, and this next slide illustrates the trees at roughly 7 years. Continuing north again, this view is taken from the intersection of Ocean View Boulevard and Dewey, where the proposed structures are clearly lower than the existing. Set further back with the entrances at sidewalk level and far more articulated. And now traveling further east down Ocean View, this view is taken opposite the large warehouse building and where the new lower wings entrance court would be, with its welcoming new entry courtyard and landscaping in stark contrast to the high flat wall and exposed fire escapes of the existing warehouse. Traveling further east on the Ocean View, this is the view of the existing American Tin Cannery building and its elevated walkway. And now how it would appear with the proposed outdoor courtyard, which again breaks up the existing continuous facade along Ocean View. Now traveling further east to the corner of Ocean View and Erdley and kitty corner from the aquarium. This view also illustrates how the lower project elements line the edges of the site with any higher elements set well back from the perimeter. Now turning south and uphill on Erdley to the midpoint of the block, where the entrance court to the upper wing is located, and where post-project views to the bay are actually opened up from what exists today. Finally, some concerns were expressed in regard to the existing and proposed tree palette. To address that and to provide further details on the green roof, water strategies, and other key sustainable aspects of the project, I would like to now turn the presentation over to Paul Kephart. Paul?
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Kephart, landscape ecologist with Rana Design. And tonight I'm pleased to share the landscape and sustainable designs for the hotel. In response to requests by the city, the landscape includes water conservation measures, and it will be planted with native plants and native trees. And we've been included iconic and sustainable features with the green roofs. The 24,000 square feet of green roofs will be planted with specific dune and bluff habitat native to Pacific Grove. The green roofs can provide thermal regulation and lower energy demands and partially offset the carbon footprint of the building. The roofs will support local birds and pollinators and attenuate up to 60% of stormwater during peak flow, keeping the stormwater on site. And really quite important to this space and to the city is the open space that's provided to the public with this iconic visual and physical connection to the shoreline and the natural habitats that create this tranquil and safe place above the busy city streets. I want to address some of the tree issues. And in 2019, arborist Frank Ono of Ono Consulting identified in his report the removal of 79 existing trees. These trees originated as ornamental screening for the ATC parking lot early in the 70s when the site was being converted to retail businesses. Frank's report established that the majority of these trees are in fair to poor condition, and many root systems are in poor condition, as you can see in these pictures. The city policy requires the project to replace all trees at a 1-to-1 ratio. Now, prior to the ARB hearing, the landscape design proposed 133 trees to be planted on site. 57 of those trees were specified as native trees, and then based on the great comments from the community and the planning commission, we've modified the planting plans to increase native trees by 64. So now we propose a total of 121 native trees. We developed a selection criteria for tree performance, adaptability, habitat value, and stature at maturity. And we are also using large, well-developed trees, larger than the city recommends. We are using, for lighting, we are using dark sky compliant lighting systems throughout the project. It is important to a safe and fun nighttime environment. The lighting designs employ LED lights, downlighting designs, multiple soft lighting spaces, rather than direct intense spotlighting. With LED lights, we can use less energy and they last much longer than standard lighting systems. Now I'll speak a little bit about the ecological design and our focus on integrating the building systems with the landscape elements, water, energy, and waste systems that will drive building performance. And water is our most precious of all resources. The project engineers that developed innovative strategies to collect and use lavatory gray water and harvest stormwater to reduce potable water demands. The water allocation for the project is 18.53 acre feet. We can achieve a 1.6 acre feet cushion by harvesting and treating gray water and by locating the laundry facilities off-site. Now, in addition, we will enhance our water conservation measures by harvesting and reusing stormwater. And now I'll turn it back to Deborah for a project summary and her closing remarks.
Thank you, Paul. As you have heard earlier in the presentation, the project provides opportunities for the community in terms of public gathering areas and open space, much needed meeting spaces, advanced sustainability goals, as just a few examples. The project will make a positive and substantial contribution to the city's revenues, both directly resulting from the project, but also by contributing to the increased vitality for local businesses throughout the city. To give you a better idea of anticipated project revenues from the operation of the ATC hotel project to the city, this table illustrates revenue estimates based on data derived from the Monterey Convention and Visitors Bureau from several tax sources: transit occupancy tax, or TOT, property tax, and sales tax. As with all city revenues, the city will determine how to best allocate increased revenues to fund city services, programs, and facilities. You have heard a lot about the project regarding the project vision, design influences, architecture, and how the project would contribute to Pacific Grove's future. You have also heard overwhelming enthusiasm and support for this project from community members and community leaders that recognize the importance of the project to the community's future. The next chapter of the ATC has been anticipated by the community for many years. As you have seen, the project has been thoughtfully designed by a talented team of professionals to meet all requirements and has been extensively studied and evaluated by city staff and independent consultants. We have reviewed and considered the conditions of approval as recommended in the staff report and the mitigation measures prescribed in the EIR. We agree to comply with all of these conditions and mitigations. Our team is committed to Pacific Grove's future. Thank you for your consideration. We ask for your approval of the project, and we're available to address any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to public comment. And Ms. Candell, would you start off with Mr. Ciani for 10 minutes, everybody else too?
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for Mr. Ciani currently. Ah, here we are. Okay, Mr. Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. So how do I join the meeting with my slides?
Can you stop the clock, Deputy, for a moment? And I think Mr. Ciani is going to join as a
Panelist or something.
panelist and start his slide. So if you could just have, if Deputy City Clerk could have the timer in the background, that would work best for this presentation. We'll start the timer when you start your presentation. Do you, and sharing your screen, Mr. Ciani. Mr. Ciani, are you still there?
Unmute again. Start the video again. I'm starting again.
Okay.
And I'm going to my PowerPoint. If this doesn't work, I'll just make my comments without the PowerPoint.
I do have a copy of your PowerPoint if you'd like for me to present on your behalf if you can't get yours working.
I'm sorry, can you see my PowerPoint or not?
No, sir.
You can?
No.
Oh, well, why don't I just read what I was going to do?
Mayor, I think Sanders offered to display the PowerPoint. Maybe that's an option.
Mr. Ciani, would you please go ahead?
Good evening. Thank you. And I'm sorry. And thank you for the additional time. I'm speaking on behalf of the Pacific Grove Coast Watch, which is a local unincorporated association of citizens who are concerned about the protection of coastal resources and the impact of coastal development on wildlife. Beverly Grossman Palmer, an attorney, wrote to you on our behalf. In her letter to you, she said, the EIR does not live up to the CEQA's mandate to analyze the actual impacts of the ATC project on the environment, and thus cannot be certified nor relied upon in order to approve the ATC project. The Coastal Commission staff has made very clear their serious concerns about the EIR and the approval process. She goes on to say, the City Council would be wise to heed these concerns and deny the certification to the EIR so that the ATC project will be adequately analyzed. Further, she says, The EIR fails to analyze whether the ATC project will have sufficient water supplies as a result of the decades-long regional-wide severe water shortage and lack of sufficient permanent alternative water sources to the Carmel River. This is significant and a failure of the EIR to comply with the mandates of CEQA. The EIR utilizes the EIR for this project uses an improper baseline of hypothetical maximal conditions. It does not provide substantial evidence supporting the selection of this baseline, and this baseline furthers public disclosure and understanding. It fails to properly account for the legal and regulatory constraints that will impact the availability of water for the ATC project. City failure to prepare a coastal community character assessment, that's in quotes, by the way, to prepare, quote, a coastal community character assessment showing its characteristics in relationship to the character of the existing surrounding and nearby built and natural development is a major flaw in the process run by city staff and in EIR. That's a requirement in the LCP. It hasn't been done, needs to be done. The EIR does not properly analyze the impacts of construction on the harbor seals. The permits do not provide adequate mitigation for potential significant impacts of the harbor seals. Remember Project Bella and the lessons learned from it. The lessons not learned will only lead us down the same path, but it'll just cost us more. What did the grand jury conclude about Project Bella? It said, inspired by the prospect of significant revenue for the city, Project Bella was pursued without due diligence. Does that sound familiar today? Significant revenue for the city. That's what we're being promised. That's a great segue into the ATC project and its city permit review process and those failures. The city failed to require story poles to ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood areas. It failed to ensure protection of the seals before the impacts from noise. It only provides some mitigation afterwards. That's after the seals have been spooked off the beach. So then they're gonna go like, oh, well, there went the seals. That's too late. It needs to be done before. The city failed to protect the public's rights to Sloat Avenue. We're talking about access. We're talking about the way it's organized. And we're talking about giving it up for privatization. The city failed to ensure affordable accommodations now and on the site. Not, here's some money, go do it somewhere else, not in our neighborhood. That's a joke. Failure to protect existing public parking at the visitor recreation trail. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Everybody that's used to coming there, 23 spaces are gone. What are they gonna do? Oh, I guess there will be a sign that says, go over to First Avenue, go up First Avenue, come back on Central, do a U-turn at Eardley, go half a block to 124 Central, and then pay to park there. And then walk to the aquarium, walk to the trail, and when you come back, remember how to get uphill and bring your kids and your load and your family uphill. That doesn't make sense to me. You failed to protect the public views from public vantage points. The slides that were shown earlier, looking down Eardley, were taken from the lane going uphill off to the left. If you went over to the other lane on the other side, on the east side of Eardley, and look down the street, you look across Central Avenue, across the parking lot for the visitor center, and you see this wonderful view through the trees, and in some places, very open views. They didn't show that picture. We do. It's in here somewhere. Sorry about that. They failed to protect the scenic quality of the mature tree canopy. What we have now is a canopy of trees that provide ecological elements to our community and to the world. And we're going to cut those down and replace them with some new trees. The energy to cut down those trees, grind them up, of course, the noise for the seals, and then haul that away, and then more barrels of oil to bring in more trees and plant those does not make sense when you have existing trees there. The view that they showed from looking southwest at the project site, where there's these magnificent existing street trees that are Monterey cypress, they're going to take those down and replace it with a building. That doesn't make sense to me. The comparison was not performed relative to the existing neighbors, the pattern of development, the size, the shape, the sloped roofs versus one long 460-foot long roof. 460 feet is a football field and a half. That's hard to imagine unless you're standing out there. The city failed to require story poles in order to observe the built project's mass and height. But using, you can't see the picture, but using pre-measured rods, we were able to estimate the project's height. I've sent those pictures to you. Keep in mind that the flagpoles out there were measured by pulling down the flag, tying a rope back, measuring it, pulling it back up, and the flagpole's 35 feet high. The building's going to be much taller than that. We also floated balloons on measured tethers. No one was injured during the demonstration, but the balloons allowed us to observe the magnitude of the project in real life size, in real terms. You can do that. You can require it. You just have to do it. The EIR and the permitting processes really failed to analyze what the construction noise on the seal habitat will be. And like I said, what you have are mitigation measures that are after the fact. It's after the seals flee, you're going to be able to go, oh, there's something wrong. We need to stop the project. Well, the seals are gone. The impact has occurred. So again, inspired by the prospect of significant revenue for the city, Project Bella was pursued without due diligence. That appears to be going on now. The city council would be wise to heed the concerns raised by Beverly Grossman Palmer. The council would be wise to consider the concerns raised by the Pacific Grove citizens and its visitors. The council would be wise to learn rather than ignore the past lack of due diligence and to comply with the law. The city council should not verify or certify the EIR, and it should require the ATC project to be adequately analyzed, do the comparison models, or deny it because the findings for approval cannot be made. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank you.
Mo Amar, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you to the people who are opposing the project and the people who are in favor of the project for the civil exchange. Thank you to city staff, especially our CBC, Allison Hunter, and our city consultant, Rob Mullane, on an excellent report. I'm with your Chamber of Commerce, the only business association in town representing 400 members. Your chamber started collecting signatures for an initiative to rezone the property almost 5.5 years ago. And let's remember that almost 60% of the voters of Pacific Grove said yes. We waited a very long time for this evening and your positive decision. Obviously, we are in favor of this project. I'm a hotel school graduate and I taught hospitality for 17 years. I'll share with the council that I love the design and believe that this property is more of a medium-sized hotel than a large property. Regardless of who is on the city council, we believe that our city hall needs the funds to run a safe and clean city. One fund that hasn't been mentioned at all is your Hospitality Improvement District Fund. This fund will double and will allow the Chamber of Commerce to market the city. We want to hold our events in Pacific Grove, Rotary lunches, school projects, fundraisers, and chamber events. Last but not the least, let's keep in mind that the Monterey Bay Aquarium, the stewards of our oceans, are not opposed to this project. Thank you, Mr. Bob Comstock, for your interest in doing business in our city. Thank you, City Council. Please approve this project and grant the appeal. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Peter Mountier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Peter Mountier, PG Chamber. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to urge you to grant the appeal and approve the project and all of the permits and associated items listed herein. I was also on the campaign that approved a zoning change to do this. I talked to voters, I wrote letters, I waved signs, and support was clear. It is clear that following extensive public input at the other four BCCs, that the developers wish to build a project with the community's perspectives and values in mind. The applicant has implemented most of the changes the ARB recommended. What few they didn't are mitigatable and can be dealt with reasonably. Twice the number of trees will be planted on site as removed. And extensive rooftop gardens and publicly accessible courtyards will ensure the proposed development remains accessible and ecologically consistent with the surrounding area. These sorts of revisions clearly speak to public concerns regarding excessive excavation and tree removal at the site. Your job is to determine then whether or not the Planning Commission erred in their judgment of this matter. The project is consistent with planning and zoning requirements of Pacific Grove, and staff's report provides a thorough examination of these requirements. The hotel project conforms to the LCP, the general plan, and was built in that area expressly according to the standards of that site. It's a great gateway to Pacific Grove, and it has enormous redevelopment potential as a hotel. It's a great concept. It's fresh. As a young person, most folks my age are drawn to other places in our area, Carmel Valley, Monterey, because of the amenities they offer. The hotel's bar and restaurant potential will help garner attention for us, and I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori McDonald, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. And I do want to say that I really appreciate the developers' desire to work with the community, and they have done some beautiful things, but a couple of things really concern me. There's been no mention whatsoever about the traffic impact. I'm concerned about no mention of how the traffic will impact leaving a city that already has so few exit routes and all the additional traffic that could come about because of the construction vehicles. And they've said that they will replace the trees, but my concern is there doesn't seem to be maybe a true understanding and appreciation of the importance of the particular canopy for the wildlife that migrate through and our residents here in our area. And so while replacing with more trees is an outstanding effort, I am concerned about how many years that would take to restore the canopy, and so much of the ecology that doesn't affect just our city, but the migration of birds, around the world would be impacted by that. And especially, although it's been mentioned, the harbor seals, it seems like there's been no real appreciation or mention by the developers of how they're going to mitigate that. How will they determine how they will prevent startling the seals and flushing them from the beaches, because this impacts their ability to maintain their breeding patterns? And also, how would we know how they would go about implementing stopping the construction and ensuring that they don't further continue to flush them and scare them away. They're an important resource. People come from all over the world to see them and many other of our resources like the deer and the black oyster catchers. And I want to make sure we consider that. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Lucy Moore, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much to the council and the mayor for this hearing and for letting me speak. This sounds like a superior project in many ways, but I have grave concerns about a number of things. Two things I'd like to mention. One is the size of the project, and the other, to me, it's just huge, and it is way outsized for Pacific Grove. The aerial shot that the planner showed of the site shows the scale of this project in comparison to the surrounding neighborhood and the rest of the city. We're supposed to be the last hometown with a low profile and a lot of Victorians. And then there's this monstrous development, which leads me to the point that and Lori mentioned it. She beat me to the punch there, but I'm very concerned about traffic. I grew up in Pacific Grove. I did move away. I just moved back after 30 years away, although I've visited frequently through the years. But what strikes me these days driving around the peninsula is the amount of traffic and how difficult it can be to drive. I cannot imagine how Pacific Grove, Lighthouse Avenue, the corridors between Pacific Grove and Monterey will be navigable at certain times of the day. I picture gridlock, particularly during the 3 to 7 o'clock period of time. And as one neighbor in the draft EIR noted, it can take 30 minutes to drive from the cannery to the wharf these days during that period of time. And I believe it, I've tried to drive it. I don't see any discussion. I haven't heard anything tonight addressing the traffic issue. So that's what I mainly wanted to mention tonight. Although I have concerns about the tree cutting, the seal impact, and many other things. I urge you to vote against this and support the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Robert Hewitt, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and council members, good evening and good health to you all. I'm Robert Hewitt. I'm a PG resident and I'm speaking in support of this project. Now, we've worked hard as a community over the years to craft plans, policies, and regulations to ensure the orderly development in keeping with the community's values. And as a result, we have guiding documents like the general plan and the local coastal program that provide a framework for evaluating projects according to objective community-based standards instead of purely subjective personal opinions or political preferences. This project is a fruit of those labors. It's been developed in accordance with the applicable zoning regulations, the general plan, and the local coastal program. It's been thoroughly vetted and improved in the process. Given its prime location and excellent design, this hotel will become a significant Pacific Grove landmark that we can all be proud of. It will generate substantial tax revenue for the city, and it promises to be a catalyst for broad-based economic revitalization. But there's something else that's important too. To preserve what we value about this magnificent place we inhabit, we need the help of others, and particularly visitors who come here to experience what we residents enjoy every day. Monterey Bay and its marine life and coastal resources, PG history and architecture, the lighthouse, the monarchs. By accommodating visitors in this particular location, we will help increase the awareness and appreciation of these treasures that are key to their maintenance and preservation. It's hard for me to imagine a better use for this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Tilley, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, for your
concern on this project and really taking a good look at it, which I've done also. I had the pleasure of going to the city library. And the plans were laid out there. It was beautiful. They were right in the middle of the room, very detailed. Probably the biggest set of plans that you could have for this project, and really enjoyed going through it. And also enjoyed the presentation tonight that showed the response to some of the concerns that were raised. I'd like to encourage you to certainly approve this project and keep this moving forward. I'm a citizen here in Pacific Grove. I live here. This is my hometown. And I think that this would be a fantastic addition to my lifestyle. I just would prefer to see what is currently a building that has been in decline for many, many years. That's very underutilized property that is really a detriment to the quality of life in this area, and have it turn around and turn into something that as local community members and citizens and just people who live here have now a new asset in our community. It reminds me indeed of the library itself, which was a project that I embrace, that I'm thrilled to see the turnaround that happened there. And now we have the opportunity to do the same thing here at the American Tin Cannery, and I encourage you to do it. We take a property that needs and deserves our love and respect and turn it into something that is better for the community than what it's going to be if we don't approve this project. So again, as a citizen of Pacific Grove, I encourage you to please approve this and allow this to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Norm Groot, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Norm Groot, and tonight I'm speaking as a resident of Pacific Grove, along with my wife, Marcia, asking for your support and approval of this hotel project. Many times we've seen great projects like this picked apart over perceived concerns that detract from the bigger picture and the potential upsides of approval. Let's all step back and look at the positive. The bigger picture here is the security of our city's revenue base with economic development projects that provide for additional funding critical to vital services by generating new tax revenue streams in an ever-escalating cost structure of those services. Residents alone cannot bear this increasing cost burden. This hotel project has multiple winning facets beyond the projected tax revenues for this city. Development projects like this don't come along very often. With well-conceived amenities for the public, green energy construction, considered mitigations, and a developer willing to take a derelict and underutilized building and make it into a desirable destination for both tourists and residents alike. Economic prosperity is critical to our community and the services that we expect to maintain our parks and shoreline. We must not let this opportunity slip past us by dividing ourselves over nitpicking the details. This project needs to move forward for the greater good of our community. If we pass up on this opportunity, it will be much longer time frame before any developer sees Pacific Grove as an opportunity instead of an impediment. That means we're stuck with the same derelict building at our shoreline gateway. We urge your approval of the ATC hotel project in full. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christy Metzner, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I also work for the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, and my office is right next to the ATC hotel project. I have only had positive feedback when I'm walking around and talking to people about the project. All agree the building needs to be replaced and a hotel will be the best for Pacific Grove. Right now, we have to stand events that need a larger venue to surrounding cities. We need to approve the build of the new ATC hotel and keep the anticipated $3 million generated from TOT right here in Pacific Grove. The revenue generated will benefit the city overall. The hotel is beautiful and perfect for PG. Locals will be attracted to experience the green roof, courtyards, and all the hotel has to offer. I support the ATC hotel project and would love to see it approved. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you.
Nicholas Morlam, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, this is actually Anna Morlam, his wife. I am stealing his Zoom for the evening, so thank you all. I want to thank the council for taking up this issue. My husband and I are here to raise our family, and we love the city for so many reasons, but foremost, we really love Pacific Grove for its educated population, one that's swayed by reason and not fear. And I'll be honest with you, I came to this project ready to oppose it. I was inundated by misinformation circulated by well-meaning folks on social media. But if you take the time to read through the proposal and the accompanying expert reports, you can't help but conclude that this is a thoughtful and beneficial project for our community. It will bring in much needed revenue for our city, our schools, our small businesses. It will revitalize a struggling local economy and clean up a blight on our main thoroughfare. It does all this, all while having a neutral to positive benefit on our environment. And opportunities like this don't come twice. On behalf of myself and the other young families of Pacific Grove, I respectfully request that this commission not let the few overrule the many. Please trust your experts and please vote in support of the ATC project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Hober, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight in favor of the ATC project. I am a resident of Pacific Grove and an educator at Robert Down Elementary School. My husband and I hope to spend the remainder of our days here in PG. We just love it. This project will contribute so much to the well-being of our town. In addition to the much needed revenue, the ATC will provide jobs and educational opportunities for our youth. It will turn a building that is largely abandoned and an eyesore into a travel destination. Locals and tourists will benefit from the rooftop gardens, quality restaurant and bar, and meeting rooms. The planners have worked hard to mitigate the initial concerns, and they have done their due diligence and are presenting a well thought out and sustainable project that will benefit our community for many years to come. I urge you to pass this proposal for the ATC and do what's right for the livelihood of Pacific Grove. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David Blaskovich, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I presume you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes.
My name is David Blaskovich. I have lived in Pacific Grove since 1972. I served on the Beautification Committee and the Planning Commission for several years. When this project was proposed, my first thoughts were, how could anyone object to this beautiful design and valuable project for the city of Pacific Grove? I was surprised when the Planning Commission turned the project down. What are the issues? Land use. This project is not asking for a single variance. When I was on the Planning Commission and we would see a project not requesting a variance from ordinance, the project would usually be approved with little objection. Why? Because the project requiring no variances obviously fits within the envelope of acceptable land use as defined by city ordinance. The ordinances governing this property were overwhelmingly approved by the citizens of Pacific Grove. Trees. Most of the trees currently on the site have been poorly maintained or not in good health, and this project will plant 133 new trees to provide a green roof. Story poles. John Keel, the senior building official for Monterey and Pacific Grove, is one of the most competent and capable building officials I have ever worked with. John determined that story poles are not required for this project, and if that's John's determination, then as far as I'm concerned, that's the ruling that stands. Harbor seals. This project has significantly scaled back the need for excavation and noise. This project sits well back from the water line. Remember, the aquarium, the Clement Hotel, and even the Hopkins Marine Station itself sit right on the water. They didn't magically appear overnight, so their construction had to contribute noise, and the harbor seals are still there. I urge you to approve this beautiful, valuable project and make good use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle and Frank Knight, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, hello, Mayor Peak and City Council members. My name is Michelle Knight, and I'm a former City Council member and former board member for the Water Management District. My husband and I have submitted to you a letter in support of this project and have outlined our belief that this project before you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our community. As a former council member, I'm actually a little bit jealous that we never had a project of this caliber and scope with such potential that I was able to vote in support of. I look at this project and I see your chance to approve a legacy to help ensure the economic stability of our community. And you can support a project that takes an underutilized piece of commercially zoned property and redevelops it into one of the finest resorts on our side of the peninsula, and one in which you can have lasting pride, having been instrumental in getting it built. And once again, it cannot be understated, this project is fully within our city's building standards. At the City Council level, you can finally evaluate this project in its totality, considering the mitigated impacts and the long-term benefits, and reaching a decision that is a win-win for our community. It's my utmost belief that the total sum of this project is such an incredible positive for this city that I'm here to urge you to please approve this project and let's start building for our future.
Thank you.
Jessica Von Bork, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak and members of the City Council and staff. My name is Jessica Von Bork, and I'm the Executive Director of Land Use at Stanford University, and I'm speaking on behalf of both Stanford and Hopkins. We recognize that staff and the applicant have been working diligently to understand and address project concerns throughout the entitlement process, and we believe our concerns related to construction based on the initial design proposal have been addressed by the applicant through the design modifications presented to you this evening. Thank you. And tonight we felt it was important to share our thoughts around what we believe to be remaining uncertainties associated with hotel operations and potential impacts to sensitive environments present at Hopkins. These are not new concerns, rather the same concerns we highlighted in the letter we initially submitted in September. This evening, we'd like to just focus on what's most important to Hopkins at this point. We'd like to suggest language to supplement conditions of approval that address noise-related concerns during hotel operations that we believe are reasonable measures for the council to consider and would further reduce uncertainties around potential operational impacts. There are quite a few ample outdoor spaces as a part of the proposed project where operators could potentially program multiple events, and we'd like to ask to have supplemental language incorporated into the conditions of approval or into the required noise management plan that would impose noise attenuation measures to minimize effects on shoreline species during project operations. And we suggest that the noise management plan to be submitted by the applicant include a study prepared by a qualified professional acoustical engineer demonstrating that project operations will not result in temporary or permanent increases in single event and average sound levels at the Hopkins Marine Station and associated beaches during the period when harbor seal pupping or weaning takes place. In conclusion, we do believe that staff and the applicant team have reasonably and thoughtfully approached addressing overall community needs and concerns. However, we do hope you consider the additional language we have suggested to address uncertain hotel operations and their impacts on sensitive environments at Hopkins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Aikman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Hello, okay, hi, thank you. I am Tom Aikman, and I'm currently the chair of the city's Beautification and Natural Resources Commission. So I have to say that I'm not here in that role tonight. I'm speaking solely for myself as a shoreline docent who's been working with the PG harbor seals for the past 18 years. I've learned a lot about them in that time, and I have some huge concerns about this hotel proposal and how I believe the incredible amount of noise that's going to come from construction is going to just devastate the harbor seals. I appreciate most of the comments tonight have been about the commercial value, and I understand that. There have been some about the environmental damage, and I believe there's an environmental loss that we're going to have to contend with. And I appreciate Stanford standing up in behalf of the harbor seal pupping season. But the fact is, the harbor seals are here year round. And what the EIR doesn't tell you about the harbor seals is that they are nocturnal animals, so they sleep in the daytime during the construction hours, and they're sprawled on the beaches and around the rocks right across the street at Hopkins. I appreciate that the excavation site has been downsized somewhat, but as I understand it, they're still planning to remove 43,000 tons of granite from the bedrock on that site. That's going to be more noise than has ever been heard down in that part of town. Harbor seals are very noise sensitive. They can't sleep during the day with that kind of thing going on. I believe we're going to lose them. There were 125 seals on the beach today, at least 40 of them pregnant females. Try to imagine what's going to happen to those seals when drills, scrapers, excavators tear it's an estimated now 5,800 dump trucks full of granite out of the earth just across the street. I'm out of time, but there's been comparisons to the aquarium. Let me just point out, when the aquarium built, there were only a few harbor seals in this portion of Monterey Bay.
Thank you.
Melissa McCleskey, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak and City Council. It's exciting to see this project actually coming, hopefully, to fruition. The city voters overwhelmingly approved the hotel for this site in 2016. It's been an eyesore for years. We've been coming here for 25 years, and it's an area that you really just don't want to drive through when you enter Pacific Grove, and it's continued to decline. The Coastal Commission and the Pacific Grove ARB approved the project with lots of changes. We need a beautiful entrance to this part of Pacific Grove that really matches the beauty of the coastline, and I believe this project does that. We should all be proud to have this as part of our city, and I ask Mayor Peak, you and the City Council, that you approve the project so we can finally move forward with it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Kim Aikman, you have the floor. And
welcome.
If I could ask our deputy to stop sharing her screen, I believe that Ms. Aikman will be sharing a video. Kim, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Yes, that's correct. I will be sharing my video, and I'm here to speak for the SEALs. I'm going to show a short clip here.
Okay, I'm promoting you over as a panelist first. Might take a moment.
All right, let me know when you're there.
Are you getting any permission or request on your end?
Sandra, I already see her as a panelist.
Can you see my screen?
No.
No.
I haven't gotten a window yet to share it.
I'll try and promote again. I'm still showing you as attendee. Okay, now I see something here. And if our deputy will start once she starts sharing her screen.
Can you?
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Going to show this quick video.
Yeah, can you turn that light on?
So this is what we can expect from the noise coming from there. That was noise from a wood chipper down the street. And there will be 79 of those happening at this project, plus demolition, construction, and excavation. I have 3 questions for you tonight. Whom do we call to get the work stopped immediately when they flush the seals? Are we calling NOAA enforcement officer, the Fish and Wildlife game warden, or the police? Because that's a violation of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Number 2, what will the process be once the seals are flushed? Will they wait for them to come back and go to sleep and then flush them again and again and again until we damage the health of this colony or drive them away permanently? And what exactly do you consider quiet work during the pupping season? Those are the 3 questions I have. And, you know, these seals were not there during the construction of the aquarium. There were a few on the offshore rocks, but this colony was not here until well after the aquarium was built and after that fence went up at Hopkins. So, and the aquarium didn't do the excavation that's going to happen at this project. These seals have never faced this kind of noise. So they need to get all of this stuff together first before they go and do something like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joaquin, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, it's Joaquin Sullivan. I'm a business owner in Pacific Grove. I have a business that's right where the tin cannery is right now, and we see the traffic going up and down the street there on a regular basis. I've actually also seen harbor seals vacate the beach. I go down there fairly frequently. The one time that I saw that happen, it was actually some window washers from the Hopkins Marine Station walked about halfway across the ice plant to look at the beach. The seals all looked up at it and they all vacated the beach. There was no noise. It was just a person walking over there. I don't know all the details of how much noise will come across there. I'm sure the engineers have sussed this out, or certainly will suss this out. And I guess that would be the big concern. I overall am in huge support of this project. I think it's going to be a huge asset to the city of Pacific Grove. I think that the sound mitigation for the seals can definitely be addressed. I do see at times right now, people come from out of town, park all their cars in the tin cannery loading dock, rev the engines, take off, squealing down the street. I see motorcycles gunning full blast, doing wheelies down the street. So there's definitely a lot of noise going on there right now. I can see the tin cannery project with a hotel there slowing everything down. There's a crosswalk. There's people there. It's not going to encourage people to come down and use that as a race car way. So I do see this being a huge asset and actually potentially much less noise than currently is there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Melanie Moreno, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you all for allowing me to speak. So first, in my opinion, the existing ATC structures are ugly. I know that PG needs the revenue that a hotel on the ATC site would bring, and I'm not against building a hotel to replace these dilapidated buildings, and I like the developer's design, but the scale of this proposal is still far too massive. If the design were decreased by even 10%, a huge number of the legacy trees could be saved, and the effects on the nearby harbor seal colony could be reduced. You're likely to hear some citizens state that they don't think the harbor seals will be harmed. Well, I'm a believer in using actual scientific data to back up claims, not guesses about what will happen. The developers cited studies that they say show harbor seals would not be significantly disrupted, but those studies do not apply to the PG harbor seal colony because they're based on areas that are not rookeries or breeding areas. This is a critical distinction. The study completed for the Coast Guard pier specifically states that there were only a few harbor seals in the vicinity. Has anyone consulted with a respected seal behavior expert yet? Anyone who has spent time watching the harbor seals at Hopkins can tell you what happens when a drone or loud noise forces the seals to flee into the water for extended periods. You saw Kim's video. Doing this repeatedly during a night hunter's daytime sleep cycle is akin to waking you dozens of times every night with a jackhammer. The physical stress will surely weaken them and impair their ability to survive and care for their young. There is no other potential protected habitat like this in Pacific Grove or Monterey. The developers plan to chop down many legacy trees.
Thank you very much for speaking.
Project. Thank you.
Mia Jarek, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm a Pacific Grove resident that enjoys having our own fire and police departments and having the potholes in our streets repaired. An increase in the TOT revenue is a great way to assure our residents that we can continue these services. This new hotel will generate great increase in Pacific Grove's tax TOT revenue. I think Pacific Grove needs the income that this new hotel will provide, and I urge you to please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Yes, you'll need to speak up just a bit.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Peak and City Council members for your time. My name is Jackie Schaefer, and for 17 years, I've lived on the corner of Sloat and Dewey, 100 feet from the ATC project. I agree it's in bad shape and needs improvement, but not to the detriment of our environment and residents based on the details of this project. No one from the developer side has ever reached out to the community or local residents to discuss the impact that this project will have on our daily lives. The developer doesn't care that the truck route and service entrance on Sloat will disrupt residential lives 24 hours a day and has ignored the ARB's suggestion to make the entrance on Erdley where no residential disturbance would occur. The developer doesn't care about the 79 healthy trees, 54 are Monterey cypress, spanning 50 feet and over 100 years old. They want to replace them with boxed oak and ornamentals. The developer doesn't care that the harbor seal habitat will be disrupted with excavating at the Bluffs location for parking. Developer doesn't respect the community to construct story poles or balloons, saying it's hazardous when we see them all over the Monterey Peninsula for even larger projects. The developer doesn't think anyone's paying attention to the fact that they refer to this project as one hotel of 224 rooms on the ATC grounds, when in fact it's two hotels and the second one is on an empty parking lot. Developer doesn't care that there isn't enough water in our community, and adding another hotel on a vacant lot, which never had a water allotment, only takes away from our community's access. The developer doesn't care or have intentions of creating new jobs. I have 40 years experience in the hospitality industry, and currently local hotels are suffering from a huge loss of staff. So this project will in reality be robbing existing PG properties of their staff if it's not only a PG issue, it's a nationwide issue. Research the facts. The developer doesn't respect the ARB or the Planning Commission, who are experts in their field and voted against this project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Manuel Pinheiro, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself, Mr. Pinheiro.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, Manuel Pinheiro, Monterey Santa Cruz County Building Construction Trades Council, 33 years in excavation as an operating engineer, and worked all up and down the state and dealt with erosion on seawalls and what have you. When the Intercontinental was done, there was no problem. We have a deep canyon here, and the wildlife's protected well, and the aquarium's done a good job. You really need to build this hotel, and the reason it's been an eyesore ever since I was a kid riding my bike down there, and it was dangerous. It's still a big eyesore. On top of that, it's a vile economic engine for the city of Pacific Grove, the last hometown. And with this new design, those butterflies are going to fly in all those native trees that they're planting there. Better than them big eyesore cypresses that I've seen all my life. I still live here on the peninsula. I encourage that you move forward with this project. Not only the money it'll generate for infrastructure and to keep this great town of yours going, Butterfly Town USA. Please vote yes to move this project forward. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
John Evans, you have the floor.
Welcome. Mr. Evans, welcome.
I'm sorry. City Council, Mayor Pete, let me simply jump to the close of my letter sent for your review at the beginning of the week. As a city council, you are tasked with reviewing projects to make sure that they fit within the rules laid out in our municipal code, as well as how the projects can help the greater good. This project does exactly that. No variance, as it's been pointed out, asked for. No exceptions needed. Cleanest project I think I've ever seen. Our city has been gifted the opportunity of a lifetime, one that eases the financial pressures, has been said many times this evening, on our residents and our city, and finally gives us the revenue we need to properly care and improve for our town. Please recognize that the developer has given us exactly what we asked for in a project and more. Please approve this and let Pacific Grove finally provide our citizens with the services we deserve. And as pointed out earlier, I dare say, I'd guess that there will not be another developer such as Comstock knocking on our door for a very, very long time, if ever again. And to that possibility, I can only say shame on Pacific Grove if we miss this opportunity, this once in a lifetime opportunity. Thank you, Mayor Pete and City Council. Please do what you know is right here.
Thank you.
Marilyn Schultz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Schultz, and I'm a 36-year resident of Pacific Grove. I am speaking in support of the ATC Hotel project because I care very much for the future of this town. Like many who live in this community, I have continued to watch the review of this project drag on. For those who claim to not be opposed to a hotel, but think that the hotel is too large, a hotel on a site this large needs a certain size and a certain number of rooms to be financially viable. The applicants have already reduced the size for massing and view shed considerations as recommended by the ARB and Planning Commission. Without City Council approval, the community will miss a rare opportunity to allow a great project that has been proposed in our city. This is a project that complies with all the city's regulations. Please consider what happens if this project is not approved. What other developer or business owner would ever want to pursue an application in this city? The site will continue to degrade over time. The property will continue to be an eyesore and will eventually become unsafe. Please approve this project without further unnecessary delay. Let's support a new hotel that brings much needed revenue and new jobs into our city. I, for one, can't wait to enjoy this beautiful new addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Demi, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. So many of you are so eloquent and well-planned. I'm just going to speak from the heart and hope that it comes out easy to assimilate. I am a resident, a mom, and a business professional here in Pacific Grove. I love this city. I haven't lived here for very long, but I had always dreamed of living here for over 30 years. I've been in the corporate world for over 30 years, and I have to just commend Comstock for their ability to collaborate with community and listen. and I really appreciate them and their philosophy and their way of doing business. I am in support of this project for so many exciting reasons. One, it's beautiful and it honors its history. Two, it represents opportunity for our beautiful town, for our children with education opportunities and mentoring, for our young adults for career opportunities. And as many of you probably know on the phone here tonight, that many of us who have young adults, we fear the opportunity of our kids going off to college and coming back and being able to sustain living here in this jewel of a city. Also, I feel like there's opportunity for our downtown to revitalize after what the pandemic has done to it. I can't even imagine the amount of revitalization that will happen downtown from the traffic and being able to have more business coming into PG versus going to downtown Monterey or Cannery Road. Yes, I'm talking about dollars, but again, I think which our city needs. As I mentioned in my letter, as a parent, I'm very tired of paying for all kinds of activities and things that the school needs that they do not have money for.
Thank you very much for speaking tonight.
Marietta Bain, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bill, Pete, and City Council. My name is Marietta Bain, and for 35 years, my husband Pierre and myself have owned and operated Fandango Restaurant in Pacific Grove. You know, when we went into business in 1986, we were considered the bad guys, disrupt the quiet residential quality of Pacific Grove. Many residents were against us from the start, which is a terribly scary way to start a business. We were also considered too large of a business in mass for the downtown Pacific Grove area. Residents were against the idea of us serving alcohol and felt we would be turning town into an undesirable area. We pursued our dream, hired an attorney and public relations firm, and fought a good fight and finally were able to secure a liquor license, without which that license we would not be in business today. Certain criteria needs to be in place for a business to be viable, whether it's a number of rooms in a hotel serving alcohol or number of tables for dining. There's a magic number when the bottom line can stay black. Because we are here and still viable, we have contributed over the past 35 years, hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city of Pacific Grove in tax revenue, as well as donating hundreds of thousands of dollars towards gift certificates for donations, PG charities, PG schools, hospitals, hospices, city government events, etc. Business has not returned to pre-2007 numbers. We saw business starting to dwindle at that time and saw a decrease in banquet business and lunch business. We have since had to close our upstairs kitchen and do not serve lunch for the past 2 years. The only thing that has remained constant is the lack of people walking around the streets of Pacific Grove. There has to be an injection of new business, something substantial to change the course of diminishing business. Please don't lose sight of the Comstock company, bending over backward to meet so many demands with plan changes and continued research to respond to questions. You will not find a family with greater integrity and love for this city, with great taste and style to reach out and want to put a lovely hotel at the entry of Pacific Grove. Please approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maylin Lyon, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you to the mayor and the city council for allowing me to speak. When I was waiting for this meeting to start, I noticed the icon of Pacific Grove, a butterfly flying around the trees. This indicates to me that the wildlife and their environment of this area are important to the people and their elected officials. The fact of the matter is that this hotel would adversely affect the plants and animals in this area. What I don't understand is what it is about this prospective hotel that should be held in a higher regard. Unless there's something I'm missing, we are not experiencing a hotel shortage. What we need to consider is that we need to preserve our wildlife and their environment. They certainly are not disposable. And if this project is allowed to take place, then we are treating them like they are. You have spoken of creating safe spaces for the public, but this only endangers the existing mammal life that already is residing here. Who is speaking for them, and at what point do they matter? That said, I am adamantly yet respectfully opposed of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dalton Lyon, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm here to talk because if the seals are disturbed, I do not like them to be disturbed. They help me. They make me happy all the time. And if they're disturbed or hurt in any way, I'll be so sad.
Who wants that on
And
their
I'll
conscience?
cry. I'm done talking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mark Stevens, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Peak and City Council. I'm going to read a letter I wrote to the mayor and the City Council on January 4th. I know several of you received it. I just want to make sure everybody heard this voice of mine, please. Dear Mayor Peak and City Council, I wish to go on record as being in full support of the American Tin Cannery project, and I further request that the City Council give it a hearty approval. The time, effort, expense, and consideration put forth by the Comstock development team is nothing short of remarkable, and I can't imagine any other firm going to the lengths they have taken to ensure the integrity of what will become the crowning jewel of our community. The opposition's position is weak and rather nitpicky, and I chuckle when I hear their concerns over disturbing migratory birds, or whether harbor seals will be able to withstand the effects of construction, or the cutting down of gnarly and diseased trees. The ongoing prosperity of our community is at stake, and you, the City Council, should consider the long-term welfare of the residents and business owners of PG more than the plight of seagulls. And if one of them crashes into a hotel window, then that's one less seagull making a mess in PG. We desperately need a new source of revenue, and the ATC project will provide that in abundance. Furthermore, if you do not approve the project, then it's unlikely any other developer will take on such a project in the future after the ordeal that Comstock has gone through, only to have their efforts rejected. If that happens, then the American Tin Cannery will remain as it is in perpetuity, an eyesore and blemish on our seaside, rotting in decay and disrepair. Please weigh what I've said carefully, and as both a resident and business owner of Pacific Grove, I ask respectfully that you give Comstock the green light and approve the project without further delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Hubbard, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hubbard. I've lived on the Monterey Peninsula my whole life for 53 years, 30 of which has been in Pacific Grove. I speak very much in favor of this. We have an opportunity to receive a gift from the Comstock Group. They have gone to great length to hear all of the concerns, address them one by one, and put together a plan that meets all of the concerns, does not ask for variances, and is a responsible project. Pacific Grove, tourism is vital to Pacific Grove, and we have an opportunity to bring in a new building that will be a star on the peninsula. This project is well thought out and has addressed everything. We will have a new gateway to Pacific Grove. I think about a home needs maintenance, and you have to go through and take care of it, and so does a city. And if we do not take this opportunity to do some maintenance on our city and take down a building that is long past its useful life and replace it with a new gem, we're missing an opportunity that, as others have said, if we run the Comstock group out, there's not going to be another developer who wants to come in and try this again. And we're going to have a giant pile of concrete for another 100 years. Currently, we have a major construction project happening in the downtown. Recently, we had another project, and we have managed to go about our lives and continue to go without any major challenges there. So I speak very much in favor of the project, and thank you for your time, and I hope you will approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brooks Leffler, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Brooks Leffler, I live in the Solomar Dunes, and I've lived there since 1988. I've watched the fortunes of the ATC rise and fall, and I'm very much in favor of the current proposal, which seems to be much more carefully thought out than those in the past. There will always be objections to a complex project, but this applicant has been exemplary in trying to accommodate them. Many changes have been made to the original plan. The probability of any future development which will please everybody is unlikely. Further postponement of improvement to the site would also be costly to the city. I urge the council to approve this plan and let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 880, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You are unmuted. Hello, Janet Cohen, and I wasn't one of the people that ceded my time for Tony Ciani, but I am in the Pacific Grove Coast Watch group. It is only recently that I understood, thanks to Jane Haynes, that certifying an EIR is not about being for or against this project. Thus, the EIR can have deficiencies that disallow it legally from certification, even if you would love to vote for the project as it is. The details of the EIR deficiencies are well laid out by Beverly Grossman Palmer in Stremwasser-Buscher in a 305-page document, and by Jane Haynes and others. There is one inflexible variable in solving the problems of the project that jams up everything else. The necessity for 225 guest rooms seems to be set in stone. It could be the demand of the whole hotel brand lined up as the hotelier. But I don't know. The developers have done what they could to keep 225 rooms so far by moving the parking spaces lost, with eliminating the smaller underground parking to the interior of an existing building by decreasing the commercial space. I'm not criticizing the solution and very much appreciate eliminating the smaller underground parking lot. The point is that 225 guest rooms as an inflexible variable severely impacts what is possible to achieve that could be a win-win solution that would lead to a legal EIR certification. Consideration of a smaller hotel can help solve many of the EIR deficiencies because it allows the flexibility on the land to make changes. But if that is off the table, then one would be stuck with illegally certifying this EIR in order to keep 225 guest rooms as the bottom line, even though in the end, there may not be the necessary water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Rainey, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Decision makers here may feel you have a duty to this developer who has invested time, energy, and money in bringing this development forward to reward his effort. But your role also requires you to represent the interests of all the residents of Pacific Grove. With PG as the lead agency for coastal development permits for this area now, you must make sure that all Coastal Act policies, the local coastal plan, general plan, and muni codes are followed for the protection of the coastal environment and the biological resources, the trees and animals that exist here. The upper story canopy trees are important for the migratory birds, and those won't be replaced soon, if ever. A better study by a biologist with expertise in harbor seals needs to be done to develop mitigations before certifying the EIR. TOT and revenues may be overstated considering COVID realities and industry downturns. This is not nitpicking. There are water, traffic, and impacts to local residents with this large hotel that have not been addressed. Fix the EIR. You can't make the findings if the EIR is deficient. I support the planning decision in not certifying the EIR as prepared. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Carrie Rotoli, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. And I'll be brief. I did send a letter again, as I've done several times throughout the past months regarding the American Tin Cannery project. And I just would like to ask that you think of what the name Pacific Grove means to you. The words grove and what those images evoke when you hear that name. We moved to this area a couple of years ago from the Bay Area after being away for about 28 years. The area called to us not because of some nifty new, construction. What brought us back was the natural beauty. The harbor seals, the deer, so many different kinds of birds. I don't need to list them all. And above all, the trees. The very trees that are threatened with removal are in our name, for crying out loud. And they cannot be replaced with little saplings or box trees. It'll take decades to get them back. Smaller hotels can still be profitable. We have an incredible conference facility at Asilomar already. There are other hotels that are being underutilized. You have an amazing opportunity here, and it is within your power to align with your planning commission and require that this project be scaled back further. The developers have been very accommodating up to this point, and I feel confident that they probably still have a little more leeway there. So please reject the proposal as it stands and do what you can to protect our environment above all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Miller, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So my concerns and questions that need to be answered, the lot coverage, they're saying about 89 to 90%. Understand lot coverage is not just that you put dirt over concrete. If the concrete's under the dirt, it's still lot coverage. I spent over 3 years on the planning commission. That's one of the things we established very clearly after some projects got passed with over the allotted lot coverage. So make sure that when you're saying there's 10% still left that's not covered, that it's only covered with dirt all the way down to the core of the earth. Questions that came up at the planning commission that haven't been addressed are the affordable housing that they need to provide. They say they're not going to do it on site, so we really need to find out where that's going to be, or if there's going to be an in lieu amount and what that in lieu amount's going to be, and that needs to be asked. One of the things I haven't heard dealt with is the parking lot as it exists now. There's about 100 cars that usually park there. So we've dealt with the off-street parking, but we haven't dealt with the parking lot parking and where those 100 cars are going to go, because we all know that area is always full up and the garages are full up. And so a whole lot of questions about water. And I think the fairest thing here to do is, if they're experts and Mr. Stolt and everybody are just so sure of how much water this project's going to use, then let them go into business. And once they're in business, let's monitor the water usage. And as soon as they go over the water usage in any given year, they have to close off some rooms. And I think that would be a great incentive to make sure they stay within their allotment. So thank you very much for listening. I know how you're going to vote, but let's just get it on the record. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Kate Spencer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I am a 20-year resident of Pacific Grove. There's a lot to like about this project: green roofs for pollinators, dark sky lighting, rejuvenation, and the tax revenue. However, the EIR is inadequate and should be rejected. I am the owner-operator of a high-end whale watching company. I would gain customers from this hotel, but my first allegiance is to nature. That's what people come from around the world to see here. The problem for the seals is repeated flushing. With every dump truck slam, they leave the beach. Every demolition rumble, every crane that swings into view, every backhoe scrape, every wood chipper roar. What exactly happens when there's a flushing event? As Kim was asking, does all work completely stop for hours until the seals come back? How many instances of flushing are allowed before the entire project is stopped completely? Is it even possible for the project to be stopped once it's started? At what point is the developer losing so much money that they pull out? Or does the money win out and the seals are just, well, do we even have a take permit? Has that been considered? This needs to be thought through all the way. Harbor seals are not likely to get habituated to noise. They have only been breeding on Hopkins Beach for about 25 years after likely being scared away from it in the 1800s by the original development of the peninsula. And they recolonized their beach when the fence went up and the Federal Marine Mammal Protection Act of 1972 came into effect. With repeated disturbances, the colony will likely disintegrate. They might completely abandon the beach and stop reproducing because of the stress. And the EIR does not adequately show protection for the harbor seals. And I would say it is absolutely appropriate to balance the benefits to the many versus the harm to a few. Please reject the EIR, ask the developer to downscale the project, and review this and get it right. We only get one chance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Haydu, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi there. This is Jennifer Haydu. I own a business and I'm actually still in the American Tin Cannery. I'm probably one of the last remaining businesses there. And I have been in business in that building for 18 years. In those 18 years, I have not seen that building receive any upgrades or work or maintenance, by the way. So I'm not a person who is reflexively anti-growth, and personally, I'd really love to see that building become something beautiful and productive for the community. I'm all for that. I think that some of the concerns that have been raised are legitimate. They're not nitpicking. They're legitimate community concerns, environmental concerns, and you have the opportunity to just keep working on the project. I think some of the people who have raised concerns today have been really quite measured in those comments, and they're not saying throw the whole project out. They're saying keep working on it. You've made some progress. There's been some mitigation to some of the concerns. Keep working on it. Make it even better. For something of this size and scale, if you're going to go for it, do it right. If you're going to do something that is, I think somebody called it a legacy project, great, do it right. I'm really curious about the possible economic positive impacts, but I have some questions about minimum wages. Is there going to be any kind of guarantee that people on the peninsula will get those jobs first? And if people are commuting in from other areas of the peninsula to work at that hotel, how will that impact the traffic? I think those are all really legitimate concerns. We have to think about all the pieces of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
JD Staten and Dr. Francine Michael, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for taking our call. I just want to read to you a letter I wrote to you all last night. You all have the facts in front of you. I'm sure you have reviewed the numerous studies already vetted and dearly paid for. You are no doubt aware of the passionate and overwhelming opposition to this destructive project. We can only add our voices to implore each and every one of you to vote with the Planning Commission and stop the imminent destruction of our environment and the cruel and illegal damage to our local and federally protected marine wildlife. Vote with the Planning Commission and the people of Pacific Grove to preserve the most important asset of our community, which is the natural environment of the Central California coast. There is no coast life beyond ours. Please don't destroy this golden goose in an effort to sell the last egg for short-term cash benefiting pensions and investors. We need to rise above selfish short-term gains. Send this ATC turkey back to the drawing board. Insist on a considered use of this precious space that will glorify our coast, our citizens, and our blessed companions on this very fragile earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Beck, you have the floor.
Welcome. Ms. Beck, welcome.
Debbie Beck, you have the floor.
I think we lost her. I suggest we move on and we'll come back
Okay.
when she's online again.
Ken Krings, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself, Mr. Krings.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you for your consideration of the support of this project. My husband Craig and I fell in love with PG in 1998 and decided this will be the place that we will retire and where we will spend the rest of our lifetime because of the beauty of its surroundings, the PG community, and of course, our immediate neighbors. Over the past 24 years, we have watched the decline of the outlets at the ATC, moving from a vibrant retail community to practically vacant structures with trash cans collecting water that is dripping from the ceiling and taped up exterior windows. It has truly been a public eyesore, and it begs the question, why would people want to invest their dollars here when they have the choice of going to other vibrant communities that have more of a draw other than just the aquarium to attract tourists and the dollars that they bring? We are really looking forward to spending time there and referring our out-of-town friends to stay at this new striking, beautiful new ATC property that will be a landmark and help to put a new positive branding stamp for PG and to increase the brand and overall revenue it will bring to our fine city. We also look forward to the increased jobs that it will bring to the members of our community, an increased gateway into PG with options for restaurants and other entertainment venues that will benefit all of us as full-time residents. This will be a new, beautiful place that will incorporate beautiful indoor and outdoor public spaces where we will be proud to relax, read a book, or celebrate our anniversaries and to bring friends, etc. Craig and I strongly urge you to support this ATC project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
This project has a variety of serious problems as it violates our municipal code, CEQA, our LCP, and the water district rules. It needs time to fully come within the law and to come up with specific and clear mitigations to its problems. Citizens' concerns over the loss of 79 trees, including 52 large cypress trees that are the tall, striking, iconic identifiers of our town, are valid and deserve your concern and attention. While the changes made as presented by the developer's architect tonight are appreciated, they cannot and don't make up for the loss of 52 of our cypress trees. These trees are part of the view and identify our town. These trees sequester the maximum amount of carbon a tree can and have taken hundreds of years to grow. They are simply irreplaceable. Green roofs are great if in a drought they can be kept alive. It is simply unknown whether the new trees planted will actually survive and grow. Why not create a park for the public around the existing trees in the center of the project, serving to break it up and retain the wonder of these amazing trees? Citizen concerns are surmountable. Your job is to unify this city in approving a hotel that is consistent with our tree canopy goals, marine life protection goals, and our city plans and laws. Each time a development is proposed for this site, we get a little closer to identifying an appropriate development. I don't believe our demanding that our municipal codes and CEQA and the water district rules be followed will prevent development at this site. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. This project does not respect Pacific Grove's community character or the unique historic context of the site, and it does not comply with LCP requirements. Story poles or balloons are essential for understanding the heights and mass of the buildings in real space from any vantage point. The project would needlessly destroy the historic integrity of a historically significant building and destroy another historic building in its entirety rather than repurposing it. Vacation of Sloat as a public street allows a vastly oversized project that clear cuts the entire site, all 79 mature trees. Massive size also creates massive parking requirements with 18-foot deep excavation into solid granite, generating extreme noise and vibration levels that risk driving away our harbor seal population permanently. Vacation of Sloat also takes away a traffic relief valve when Ocean View Boulevard is backed up, prevents use of the street for public parking and guest traffic, and results in the service entrance for trucks degrading the residential neighborhood rather than using the commercial zone on Erdley. The LCP requires maintaining and enhancing the cypress stands, coast live oak, and canopy within the coastal zone to the maximum extent feasible and retaining scenic trees. The applicant's narrative says retention of the oak and cypress trees on the project site is not feasible without major project redesign. Please require a major redesign. I urge you to deny certification of the EIR until there are sufficient analyses and mitigations for the significant impacts to many resources detailed in my letter, and deny all permits for the project due to non-compliance with the LCP. There should be no vacation of the Sloat Avenue public right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Aikman, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Yes.
Kendall. I have Tom Aikman's already spoken.
I had his name initially down. Oh. Okay. You are correct. I do see his name down. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've got, yeah, the opportunity to speak during public comments just once, unfortunately.
Telephone number ending 769. You have the floor.
Welcome.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Cosmo Bua. I don't know if I can speak before I start because Tony Ciani was granted my time by me and he may have used it already. I only just tuned in late, so I don't know.
We're listening. What
So
did
you're
you have to
saying he
say?
didn't already use my time? Okay, that's very helpful. I wanted to say that this project is not asking for variance and special treatment because they don't need any. They have already been given allowance to violate the local coastal plan, the general plan, tree protections and municipal code, the process for developing and redeveloping historic properties. That's one point. The other thing is people want more revenue for businesses and for the city. They want better services. This is fine. The problem is that they're not entitled to these things at the expense of the terrible cost of this project. The destruction of the trees, the dangers of the seals and the oyster catchers, the damage to the destruction to the historical property. There are other solutions. One is, give the city manager and other staff the job of raising money for the town in a more innovative way than just overdeveloping. That would be good. People have to grow up. They just can't have what they want necessarily. These are living things, the trees. They should not be destroyed because you want to. The other thing is action should be taken against the property owner for allowing the property to be this neglected for long enough that it got into the condition that now that's an excuse to destroy the historic property. Let's see, there was something else. Well, I can't read my notes. Sorry, I scribbled this. I was in a hurry getting to the meeting. But one thing I did want to say, which I don't know if anybody said before, is that this is such a destructive, oversized, inappropriate project in its nature and history area.
Mr. Bua, I'm afraid your time is up, but we understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Can I finish my sentence?
No, I'm sorry. Your time is up. We have many speakers.
Amanda Priest, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi there, City Council. Thank you so much for letting us speak. My name is Amanda Priest. I'm the environmental advocate for the Monterey Audubon Society, representing about 1,000 members, many of whom live in Pacific Grove. Of course, we would love to see the American Tin Cannery site get repurposed and become a beautiful destination point. But the initial basis of the design and the layout from the outset of the planning process should have been centered on how to accomplish this goal without harming our wildlife and the surrounding natural features. The removal of the large stand of Monterey cypresses is a real tragedy, and although the developer has agreed to replant more native plants on the site, the plantings will not reach the height and density of what is currently present. Most of the tree mitigation will be taking place elsewhere, leaving this patch of habitat on the coast less beneficial to our local birds that travel through and forage in the high upper canopy of the cypresses. In addition to the irreversible loss of the upper canopy habitat, the installation of large glass windows encircling the outer walls of the building will expose local birds to the risk of window collisions. Building collisions are estimated to kill 300 million to 1 billion birds each year in our country. The mitigation measures in the final EIR say, under the glare reduction section, that bird-friendly window material should be used within the project design. It shouldn't be merely a suggestion, it should be a stipulation of the permit. The new Monterey Bay Aquarium Education Building on Cannery Row used the type of window called Ornilux, which has UV fritting embedded in the window itself, so it looks transparent to us, but can be seen as impassable by birds. And I do appreciate the integration of dark sky strategies for the lighting at the project site that helps reduce attracting and disorienting birds at night. After hearing one speaker's comments, I would like to note that considering there are many federal, state, and local laws in place protecting migratory birds, including gulls and marine mammals, the efforts to help reduce the losses of those species is not laughable or frivolous. These creatures are part of the numerous natural systems that keep this planet functioning, and they are certainly worth preserving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly B., you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Kimberly Brown, and I did submit a letter. And I'm listening to everyone's talking, and I really feel that it is too soon to certify the EIR because of the mitigation measures for the harbor seals, the traffic conditions, and the tree issues, and especially water. And I just find that 2 swimming pools in a town that hardly reaches 75 degrees throughout the year is warranted. I just think that should be green space or something. And this underground parking, I just think is too detrimental and unnecessary. Parking is a really big issue even now on Central Avenue and Lighthouse. And I really encourage council to vote no and do not certify the EIR and to follow the tenets of what the Planning Commission has stipulated at a 4-2 vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Frank, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mayor Peak and City Council members, my name is Richard Frank. I'm a longtime Pacific Grove resident. I practiced environmental, land use, and CEQA law for over 32 years. For the past 16 years, I've taught those and related legal topics at the University of California. I urge the council to approve this project. As has been pointed out, the project site has been developed for many, many decades. It's currently in a state of dilapidation and really is a blighted site. When a hotel project was proposed for this site by a different developer a number of years ago, I opposed it. However, the project now before you is very different and vastly superior. Developer Comstock is to be commended for its outreach and work with the city council, planners, the local community and environmental groups. One historical note I want to share. In the 1970s, there was considerable local opposition here in PG and surrounding communities to construction and operation of another major project directly adjacent to the current project site. And a number of the same environmental objections were advanced then that we're hearing tonight from project opponents. Nearly 4 decades after it opens its doors in 1984, the Monterey Bay Aquarium is a world-renowned institution for which residents of Pacific Grove and its neighboring communities can be justifiably proud. I think that's an important lesson, historical lesson, that should inform the City Council's decision tonight. I urge an affirmative vote. Thank you for your time. And thank you for convening this special hearing. There's a great deal of community interest.
Thank you.
Kathy Nolet, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm here to urge a no vote on this project. I do believe the ATC building needs to be replaced, but not by this project. There are many reasons this project is too large, and we've heard a lot of them, but mostly I'm concerned about the harmful impact to the wildlife. This wildlife corridor in Pacific Grove is irreplaceable. This project will destroy the health of the harbor seal colony, possibly permanently. No scientific report is relevant to determine the safety of this colony. We all should be much more concerned with the health of this planet, its environments and wildlife, more so than making money. Please do not approve this project and consider a smaller project with no removal of granite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tula Hubbard, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. So technology, love-hate relationship with it. I just lost all of my notes. So I'm going to speak from the heart as well. Thank you all for considering this project. I want to thank the Comstock group for bringing this to our community. I served as a city clerk for 2 other cities that had developers come forward, and I can tell you that we would have begged for the quality of developer that we have and the quality of project that we have, that doesn't ask for a single variance, that held community meetings, that before COVID, there was over 80 of us in attendance, that has already reached out to our schools to partner for internships, will create jobs from the moment it begins construction. Really, it already has. They've employed for their nursery, Rana group. So we have local input on all aspects of this. So I really would like to ask you to vote in favor of the appeal and in favor of this project. That city clerk in me is also a little horrified at how many people admitted to ceding their time to someone else and they were still allowed to speak. Have been spreading considerable misinformation for those that don't think that traffic or trees or any of this is addressed. It is in fact thoughtfully addressed in the plan, a plan that abides by all of our city laws, our LCP, our Coastal Commission. I want to thank the Hopkins Marine Station in Stanford for coming forward and formally saying out loud in our hearing that they do in fact support this project. That's huge. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate our community and our passion. And I'm really grateful that Pacific Grove will come out of COVID with a project in hand for jobs and vitalization for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dee Bellistreri, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. This is a decision about the future of Pacific Grove. This is a very special opportunity to redevelop the ATC site into one of the finest hotels on the Monterey Peninsula. In addition to being a project that Pacific Grove can be enormously proud of, it will provide a substantial boost to the city's revenues for generations to come. Comstock has followed all the guidelines without asking for a single variance in creating this outstanding project. We ask you grant this appeal and approve this application. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Camp, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I speak in favor of the ATC project. This project is offered by a highly professional team. The EIR examines all impacts and proposes careful and well-grounded mitigations. I believe this project deserves approval from three perspectives. It brings meticulous compliance with our codes, and that alone should be enough. It renovates a site that urgently needs renovation. The do-nothing alternative leaves the decaying ATC looming over our coastline. The financial benefits are important to the health of our city. You've heard concerns. I believe the EIR addresses all very well. We do need to protect our coastal habitats. I'm invested. While on the BNRC, I co-authored the city seal policy. While mayor, we upgraded the policy to an ordinance to give it teeth. We applied for a coastal permit to protect seals. The Coastal Commission embraced the permit, and we have a model program today. I'm glad to have been a part of protecting the welfare of the seals. Yet there must also be a space to tend to the needs and welfare of the city, to attend to the aspirations of our residents, to live in an attractive city with the resources, both facilities and finances, to support our quality of life. Citizens voted for a hotel here. You are asking those citizens to reaffirm a sales tax measure to address a part of a fiscal emergency. This project is an even bigger part of the remedy and so much more. Our city deserves this. Please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself. Larry, you'll need to unmute yourself. There we go.
If this is me, I haven't asked to speak. I'm not
Oh.
from Pacific Grove. I'm just observing your process.
Thank you. I saw your hand raised. Thank you. Seela Foss, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I urge you not to ignore the permitting process. I know there's been a lot of, steps that has been taken, but if you really look at it, the Architectural Review Board and the Planning Commission had concerns and recommendations, which I feel were just kind of waved aside. The biggest part was doing story poles, and that was just kind of ignored to say, oh, those aren't safe, so we're not going to do them. I didn't even know about the project, and I live right above it until one day I just happened to be walking by and I see these pictures on the wall there. And so I really feel that there's kind of a lack of concern about the general public knowing about the size of the project. And I've talked to a couple of my neighbors just in the few days, and they had no idea. I mean, people who lived one block above, Lighthouse. So I'm a licensed structural engineer. I did talk to the building official of Pacific Grove, and he even agreed that, oh yeah, story poles can be engineered. So it's something that can be done. I mean, it's very convenient to say they can't be done, but they really can be. So, maybe the size of the project isn't as immense as I've see it as, just standing there in the parking lot. It's really, really tall and huge. And I feel like everyone who's for the project, I think it's a great project. I just feel it's just a little bit too big. So it would be really nice to put up the story poles to really see what we're talking about before it's too late. So those were my main concerns.
Thank you
about it.
Debbie Beck, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak and council members. My name is Debbie Beck and a resident of Pacific Grove for 62 plus years. And for full transparency, I am the chair of the City Economic Development Commission. Sitting on the EDC for the past 2 years, I learned a lot about our city's needs and the need for economic growth. Some of the suggestions I observed are not investments I think our city can depend on long-term. However, in observing the presentation for the ATC, this is the only golden opportunity for our city's future. When I mention the future, I'm referring to generations that will certainly live here for decades to come. As a coastal community, we can't survive on outdated buildings and no urgency to revitalize our downtown area. We as a city have so much to offer, and most of it is without a fee or cost to the visitors, of which our local taxpayer budgets absorb, as maintaining our beautiful landscaping, roads, trails, etc. We need an infusion of TOT to our city budget. I have driven and stood at every corner of the ATC site, and I can't imagine not having a world-class hotel for locals and visitors from around the world to enjoy at that intersection of our town. I appreciate the concern of the neighbors on Sloat Street, a few of the residents on Erdley regarding their view, or the sea pups. However, as a native, I am concerned about the future of our entire community and for our children and grandchildren, that our city of Pacific Grove cannot sustain the infrastructure of our community for years to come unless we start looking for future development. In my opinion, the design, landscaping, patience, and overall approach the developers have taken confirms to me this is a project our city needs to embrace. And although it may not feel right for some at this time, it's about the future of our generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Darius Mosenin, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. I am
I'm shocked by the selfish NIMBYism of these folks complaining about their view. I own a property on Carmel. I have a neighbor. Their tree has grown to the point of blocking my view. Do I go and ask them to cut it down, trim it back? Do I go do a midnight tree removal, or poisoning? No, that's part of owning property in a community where there's going to be development. I know that my neighbors can plant trees that will grow. That's part of living in a civil society. I don't know if this is white privilege yet it's worse, but it's really ridiculous. The Pacific Grove needs the TOT, needs a world-class hotel, and 26 trees and some views. Shame on you all. Shame on you. Please pass this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Mayor, I see no other hands raised.
I see one member of the public is over. Well, we're getting a few more, but I see one member of the public and Dave Stolt. He's over. He was put in as a panelist.
Yes.
So
yes,
let's give him 2 minutes as
Okay.
well. But
in the meantime, I've just seen 4 other hands raised, so I don't know how you'd like to handle that.
Whoever you'd like.
Okay, Mr. Dave Stolt, you have you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, well, I have, but Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hill, Mr. Kephart, and Ms. Geiler used only 23 minutes, and we kind of missed the handoff. So I'm hopeful that you'll grant me approximately 4 minutes to address water issues, which seem so paramount, and 4 recent correspondences within the last week.
We didn't have a provision for reserving Ms. Geiler's time.
No, I expected that there was going to be a handoff. I was asked to attend by the developer, reiterated by the property owner, to get a couple of observations into the record.
Okay. All right. How about this? It's a little workaround that each of you that would like to speak, 2 minutes public comment, you can use that time as you wish.
Well, all right.
Okay, but let's go to the other folks here that we have listed as attendees, and then we'll get back to you and others. Okay, Ms.
Jane-
Kendall, let's go to Jane Haynes.
Okay, Jane Haynes, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I made my living for over 20 years by litigating California Environmental Quality Act cases. We call them CEQA cases. CEQA requires that you can approve a project, that before you can approve a project, you must first certify that the environmental impact report satisfies all the requirements of the CEQA guidelines. CEQA guideline 15125 requires that the project's water impacts must be measured against the amount of water used on the project site at the time a certain notice is filed. In this case, the notice was filed November 2019. The Coastal Act has the same requirement as CEQA. This EIR measures water use instead in terms of water credits. Coastal staff has told city staff many times that is not the applicable requirement, but the EIR still uses water credits rather than water use as it was in 2019. CEQA guideline 15088 requires a good faith response to a recommendation and a comment on the draft EIR. Coastal staff commented on the draft EIR that the city should use balloons instead of story poles to show project height. The EIR completely ignores that comment. I believe the majority of you would not falsely certify that this EIR meets CEQA requirements if you know that is untrue. It is untrue. And I hope I'm right about what you will do. It's not being against the project. It's being in favor of complying with CEQA.
Thank you.
Patsy Volpe, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I have been a resident of Pacific Grove since 1985. And I understand that we can use an improvement of the American Tin Cannery site, but I am very concerned, along with many others, about the trees that will be destroyed, about the harm to the harbor seals. I'm concerned about the traffic and the water use, etc. So I think if you could start with erecting story poles or balloons so that the people of Pacific Grove know exactly what will happen at that corner. I just feel that all the money in the world cannot buy mature trees and a harbor seal colony. And I think money should not be as important as preserving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Shedlowski, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, for your time. I just wanted to expand on the letter my wife and I wrote you in approving this project. We've lived in Pacific Grove for 38 years, and I've personally watched the happenings on Cannery Road. For example, the Plaza Hotel, the Clement Hotel, the aquarium were all done since we've come here. And of course, we've heard a lot of the same arguments against those projects as we're hearing now. I'd like to emphasize that I agree with all the comments in favor of this project. Keep in mind, this deal is for 100+ years. It's a 99-year lease with some options that take it up to almost 160 years. You're making a big decision, and I believe it needs to be done and keep Pacific Grove financially stable. Also, you know, I would estimate that probably the rent over the first 100 years is going to be around $1 billion. I know that there's a lot of guesswork in that number, but it's a sizable chunk of change. I would just close by saying that if this project is not worthy of approval, then what would you recommend? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Craig Bell, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've had my business in the American Tin Cannery for 28 years, and it's time the building is reinvented and it's repurposed. The project that, as described, is going to be great for the city of Pacific Grove. I support the project 100%. I've known the developers for years. They have Pacific Grove's best interest in mind. They want to do what's right for Pacific Grove. We don't need to keep raising taxes when we have an opportunity right there that we can create. We can improve the resources we already have and continue to show the rest of the area why Pacific Grove is so great. I've lived in Pacific Grove nearly 50 years, and I love Pacific Grove. And we've seen our resources from the public parks to diminish. we need to be able to fund those the right way, and this project allows that to happen. And I hope that you all will support this project and move it forward. And I look forward to Pacific Grove thriving for years to come. And that's all I have to say. I have a lot more to say, but I'm just passionate about this project. I believe in it, and I know it's the right project for Pacific Grove in the right spot. So I urge you all to support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill Bloom, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wondered first, Bill, if I can donate my time to Dave Stolt, because I think his information on water is very important. Or is that wrong?
Well, please go ahead and use your 2 minutes.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to speak for 2 minutes, but I'm really in favor of this project. A lot of people have spoken before me that have given the reasons that this is a great project for Pacific Grove. I think the mitigations that the developer has proposed will take care of most of the problems, and I look forward to this project coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gretchen Flesher, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm much in favor of this project. I believe this is an exquisite project, and that the developer has taken considerable amount of care to create a project that is just a real gem for our town. I want to remind people of how many miles of natural coastline that we have in Pacific Grove, and the natural beauty and the wildlife that we have in all those miles. I think it's unfair to burden this piece of property with the support of our wildlife. There's plenty of area for that. This is an island really in a lot of ways. The trees there are not part of a grove. They're an island amongst a business district. And I think that if this project is not allowed to go forward, then you're basically denying that there would be any hotel there at all. I don't think it's feasible to put a small hotel there. Nobody's come forward proposing a small hotel. That's not what's needed. This is not overbuilt for the property. I believe that it's a very good use of the property, well designed, and I think that it's very much a need in this town. I don't think you can continue to raise taxes and expect the residents to be able to keep the economic sustainability in this town going. I believe that this is an opportunity we can't afford to miss. So please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another, Rudy Z, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. So listening to everybody, I do understand that, that it's, sorry about the feedback, that the revenue generated by this property is definitely needed for Pacific Grove. But one of the concerns that I have, aside from what's going to happen with the harbor seals, the black oyster catchers, and our deer populations, is the traffic. When construction starts, there's very few roads in and out of Pacific Grove as it is. So as truckloads of debris is being moved out of the area, that's going to cause major traffic problems. What are the plans to mitigate that? There will be jobs provided, but most of those jobs will probably be filled by people outside of Pacific Grove. That's just a given. And so that's going to cause traffic coming into the town. So what's going to happen with that? Has that really been addressed? Heaven forbid, but what if there is an incident where people need to leave the city and we have all these trucks that are blocking our, way out of town? There's not many ways out, like I had said. So just other things to keep in mind. And I did see in the beginning where they have made changes to the plan, but still things need to be looked at and put out there fully so all of us can see it and understand what's really going to happen, because traffic happens before we know it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes
Now,
public comment.
Yeah, let's go to members of the public that have been promoted as panelists that are not members of the Comstock team or city staff or city council. I think Dave Stolt would be first, and then he mentioned a couple of other names of people he wanted to speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I was invited to spend 4 hours with you by 5 or 6 different parties. So I appreciate the chance to be heard. There are 4 recent correspondences related to water that I'd like to just briefly address. The first is our own Water Management District January 5th letter to the City Council. I just want to reiterate that our view is that the project will operate within existing water use capacity of the ATC site, and the proposed project has an adequate existing allocation as required by PG Municipal Code, Local Coastal Program, Section 23.90.210. And it is also consistent with INF-2 of the city's land use plan. You have that letter in your packet. I also want to touch briefly on the Coastal Commission letter of January 11th. Pages 1 through 5 deal with the water issues. There are many errors and misunderstandings that this young analyst has put forward. Nevertheless, they've done as best a thorough job as they can. On the very first page, they mentioned that parts of the water extractions are illegal. That's not true. As of January 1st, the California American is living within its legal water right. And the previous 5 years, it was living within an allowable effective diversion limit set by the State Water Board. So none of the extractions in the last 6 years have been illegal. It also mentions seawater intrusion in the overtapped Seaside Basin. There is no seawater intrusion, and there has never been any seawater intrusion detected in the Seaside Basin. The footnote suggests on page 1 additional analyses are prerequisite. We do not believe that is necessary, that the analysis to date has been rigorous. In the second page, they begin to get into baselines, and I think they've misunderstood where they say that the projects need to be sized, sited, and designed based on that constraint. And the constraint seems to be that they believe that the city of Pacific Grove has an overall water allocation, which is not the case. So there is no boundary surrounding Pacific Grove's total water use that a new use would push or pull at. So that interpretation that they've put forward at the top of page 2 just doesn't work. And in their footnote, they talk about, is there an excess supply that is not already being used or is not over allotted? Again, that's a misunderstanding of how the city's water is made available.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stolt. That's the time we're allowing to public.
Okay, well, that's great. I do pledge that all of the misstatements in the email exchanges between your parties and the State Water Board can be addressed, as can the Stromwasser letter on behalf of the Coast Watchers is full of errors and misunderstandings as well.
Thank-
So I can work with your
thank-
staff to.
Thank you very much.
clarify. Yeah.
Appreciate it. I see we have a couple more people. Let's see, did Bill Reith, did he speak already?
I don't believe so. I've seen names come and go, so I try and write them
Okay.
down and then they kind of disappear
All
and
right.
so.
Jeannie Byrne has spoken, so let's admit Bill Reith, if I pronounced his name right.
Yes, Bill Gilreath. Mr.
Welcome.
Gilreath, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
You can. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I so love those who have made real and passionate pleas for the harbor seals and trees threatened. And I do oppose this project. I'm a long-term home owner in PG. I want to make a plea for the human residents of PG. Let's think of the 2 years of drilling and construction 7 days a week and how that affects residents and tourists alike. The gridlock at Ocean View, Erdley, Dewey, Sloat, and Central will be devastating. Drilling into the bedrock will be louder and noisier than any of us can imagine. Who will monitor this day to day? Our roadways will not be a gateway, but a gridlock. Think of your experiences on David and Central before this project and imagine what it will be like with this undertaking. Visitors will shun PG travel and businesses due to potholes, flat tires, and other things. Lives may be placed in danger in the gridlock, which will ensue. Your job is not to accommodate Comstock. They want to create a monstrosity to make their money, and yes, ours, which is important. Rather, we have to look at the residents of PG. There will be others who will look at a manageable hotel or project, believe me. I did a project when Hotel Bella was proposed and presented it at a council meeting. Even during AT&T golf event, there was never 100% occupancy in the local hotels. Once you let it out of the bottle, you cannot put it back. And I hope you will reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, Jeannie
yes.
Byrne has not spoken.
No,
again,
I have her. She has spoken.
I've seen her name come and
No?
go, and I also believe that Inga had her hand raised as well, because I've got a couple of emails that she
Okay.
would like to speak.
Okay, fine.
Jeannie Byrne, you
Yes.
have the floor. I don't believe you've spoken yet.
No,
Welcome.
I have not spoken yet. So as past mayor, past chair of architectural review, planning commission, water management district board, and a longtime resident, the city of Pacific Grove, which you as a council represent the city, hired independent, qualified, accredited consultants to prepare an unbiased review of the ATC project. This was so there was no obligation or preference to the developer. Their obligation was to the city to analyze all land use and environmental aspects of the project, which has been completed with a positive outcome for approval of the project. I believe you owe it to your qualified, unbiased consultants to support their positive conclusions and approve the environmental, aesthetic, financial benefits to the city and the benefits to the vast majority of citizens who voted for a hotel on this site. It is a rare opportunity for a city council to have the significant, beneficial, and positive project to be presented for approval. do take the responsibility of supporting your qualified consultants and approve this excellent superior project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, that will now close the hearing part of tonight. We're going to take
Your Honor,
a short,
excuse me, Your Honor, but I don't believe Inga Lorenzen Doimer's been allowed to speak.
don't see her hand raised.
You're right, neither do I. Yep, okay.
Okay, so let's see.
I think she just raised it.
Yeah, it gets raised and then it gets lowered.
Right. I can look for her and allow her to speak.
Okay.
Okay. Inga, you have the floor?
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Sandra. I've had my hand raised the whole time. The council, not the commenting public, has all the evidence of information that it needs to know you cannot legally certify the insufficient CEQA EIR, as well as the other permits that follow tonight at this hearing. You have been informed by correspondence from Attorney Beverly Palmer Grossman and by all the California Coastal Commission comment letters on this project, as well as water board documents. You can't make the findings determinations on the FER to LCP compliance, which has not been satisfied, even with the amount of money the developers has expended. The project needs revisions. The issues: water, siting, very important low-cost accommodations on site, wildlife protection, height, view, public amenities, coverage, compatibility, tree protection, public access issues, parking issues, both public and employees, cumulative impacts. Council has a choice tonight. Take a proactive stance and deny certifying the FEIR and the permits until such time as the developers can remedy deficiencies and come into compliance with our LCP. Or you can certify the documents and know that it will be certainly appealed to Coastal Commission and quite possibly the courts. Thank you for your consideration. Finally.
Thank you. All right, now again, we'll close the public hearing and go for a break. Let's resume at 9:50. That's 9:50, 10 to 10. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everyone. As we're close, we're approaching 10 o'clock. We normally do a check-in as to continuing or not. Let me hear what people think. What are your thoughts on timing? Councilmember Emilio.
I think we should continue on.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure that the council discussion would be robust. And so also being mindful of staff and their time, I'm happy to go until 11, but I wouldn't want to go any later than that. But ideally, I wouldn't necessarily want to be in the middle of a discussion and then we're continuing to another meeting. So I think it makes more sense to continue the entire discussion to one meeting, unless we think we can get it done in an hour. But I have like probably 20 to 30 minutes of questions and comments. So I don't know how that would be possible. Not just my thought.
Thank you. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too have a lot of questions. I mean, this could go on for a long time. And at the end, will we be prepared to actually make a rational decision at that late hour? So I'll just mention that the Planning Commission broke up their hearing into two hearings, actually. They broke up this issue or this item into two hearings. And I think that was wise of them, quite frankly. And I think we should consider doing the same. You know, we owe a lot to get this right. There's a lot riding on it. So I wouldn't want to feel rushed or constrained by compressing the questions and then the responses just to meet some artificial deadline that we actually can choose. You know, we can choose what the deadline is. We can extend it. And I think that's the only smart thing to do in this case, because this is very important and it should not be rushed. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, just was responding. Councilmember McAdams was questioning staff's appetite and availability, and we are committed to being here as long as council wants to go this evening. And we think that you guys should and could have a great, robust discussion and get through things tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yeah, Mayor, I move that we continue or plan to stay here to get started at least, and we check in again at 11 and see how we're feeling and how much progress we've made.
I think that that's an excellent suggestion, and not hearing any violent agreement, we'll just continue. We'll start the council discussion and we'll do a check-in at 11. Other comments noted to the contrary? Okay. All right. Given that, who would like to speak? Councilmember Pedori.
You're
Mr.
muted.
Pedori, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. The first conversation, here I am. I would like Mr. Dave Stoll to actually finish his conversation because I think he's the water district is the purveyor, they're the regulator, and they are an important decision kind of factor in the decision-making process. So I would like him to, if he's still around, I would like to finish his comments before we proceed forward.
Is everybody in agreement? I guess I will. And I'll actually leave a few out, but there's a misunderstanding about the baseline. I think you all need to understand that this building could be refilled with tenants and tenant improvements and re-achieve their 18.53 acre feet of water usage on the site without CEQA, without new water permits, and without any regulatory approval of the Coastal Commission or others. That is the right of the property owner. So we're applying a standard here that is specific, I believe, just to the controversy surrounding this project. The second thing is, I think that trying to define a baseline defies the reality of economics. There are economic cycles where businesses succeed and businesses fail. Tenants come and go. You might do earthquake mitigation and you want your tenants out for a period of time. You may have a new project in mind. People have mentioned Project Bella. This owner has been looking at possible hotel use since 2012 or 2013. Establishing a baseline during any of those periods where tenancy is intended to be lower sets an artificial standard. I use the example of Mission Linens. Based on the approach that the analyst at the Coastal Commission and the writer from the law firm on CEQA has used, we would take the Mission Linen property and say there is zero water available because it hasn't been in use. What value will that be to the city of Pacific Grove upon annexation? The district looks at the capacity to use water at an existing site, not the use of water at a specific point in time, because that specific point in time can fail to state what the average or potential use and the rights of the property owner are. The lawyers also said that we're not reflecting water usage at the time of the EIR. Time in and time out, we have used the capacity to use water at a site based on the district's factors. And when I say we, it's not us necessarily. A developer, a project proponent, the lead agency for the EIR in a variety of situations uses the capacity to use water at the site, not the use of water last week or last year or in 2009 or at some other point. It's the right. And so the on-site credit that is available to this developer is 18.53 acre feet. And they have now developed a project that uses almost 2 acre feet less than that. There was some correspondence via email that I felt reflected the state water board's point. There was a suggestion for a special condition related to prior approval of the state water board. And the state water board in response said that prior authorization before allocating such water credits would be necessary from the state water board. That is not quite consistent with their own April 19th, 2019 letter to the city, which says the technical funding condition referenced above do not prohibit the city from proceeding as it is proposed, selling and distributing project-based water allocations exclusively for increased uses of water at existing service addresses that will not undergo a change in zoning or a change in use. In this particular case, even though it is highly unlikely because of that 2 acre-foot buffer that you would ever have to use or make available the city's local water allocation. But if it was, in the remote case that it would easily be applied to the existing or new commercial and retail property pieces, which would not be a change in use and therefore not subject to review by the State Water Board. And the existing on-site credit could be applied to the hotel piece, which is in fact due to a change in zoning, but there is existing on-site credit. So the concept that the state needs to be consulted if you decided to use the local allocation is not true. The other thing I want you to understand is we the district assume that the 18.53 acre feet is in the demand, it's out there. There's always fluctuations. I mentioned business cycles earlier, but we've already allocated the 18.53 as use, just like Mission Linen. It's not being used today, but you sure as heck would like it to be used again in the future for affordable housing or other. So once there's a known use, we treat it as if it's in the system, and the cycles of up and down water demand kind of iron it out over the long run. The other thing I want you to take away is that we are not in a position where the CDO, the cease and desist order, or the seaside adjudication will be violated, even though we're now at the point where Cal-Am is at their legal limit off the Carmel River. Furthermore, Cal-Am, Monterey One Water, and ourselves have committed to Pure Water Monterey expansion, which will provide more than enough water for the community for growth. And that project is slated to come online even before this hotel project would open its doors. So what we're doing right now is saying, based on conditions on the ground for the next 30 months before Pure Water Monterey comes online, there is an issue with respect to water, and we're really watching it very carefully. But in a practical standpoint, despite the fact that we agree that the water is there, from a practical standpoint, there will be more water there when this project opens its doors. And I think that's enough. There are other items related to all three pieces of correspondence between parties, but I think that summarizes our position and some of the misunderstandings of the correspondence that you have received from others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stolt. Appreciate you staying late and providing this information. I believe that clarifies, at least for me, the water related matter over here. I did want to, I had another question not related to water, but there were some comments from the public around traffic. And I noted that there was no specific, from the presentation, at least I didn't see any specific answer around traffic. From what I understand from reading, at least, is that traffic is not going to substantially increase with this project. Could someone clarify that for me?
Through the mayor, if I might, we do have Tad Stern, who's the project manager. He's with Kimley Horn and was the lead preparer for the EIR. He's on and can give an overview of the traffic impacts.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Tad Stern with Kimley Horn. Yeah, we've heard a few comments just about traffic in general. Just to remind the council that the rules changed on how traffic analyses are done under CEQA a year ago, July, where the focus now is on the vehicle miles traveled instead of congestion and levels of service. Okay, so the EIR does evaluate vehicle miles traveled, but we also, for informational purposes, did include trip generation and see what the trips from the project, the net trips, and the increase, how they would function operationally on the network. And what we found is, even using the old way of looking at levels of service, no of the old thresholds were triggered. The one spot where there was a deficiency in levels of service was at the intersection right by the project at Early and Central. In that location, it does experience more congestion, but does not signal or does not warrant a signal at that location based on the engineering standards. So there is a slight increase in traffic, net increase from the project, but once it's distributed on the network, it gets absorbed very quickly and doesn't cause any acute problems on the broader network.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Stern. I'll reserve any other questions for later. I'm good for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
I'll lower my hand. Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start just by saying thank you to lots of people. Thank you to the applicant and the developer for all that you've put into being here tonight to have your project be heard and addressed by the council and the public. And thank you to city staff. We've been working on this project for a long time with many consultants, all the planning commission members, the ARB, all of our boards and commissions, and mostly the residents. Thank you for those who emailed ahead of time. And a lot of people came and spoke tonight, but we also received hundreds of emails on this. And I was able to open everyone and read them all. And I appreciate the passion and the enthusiasm and the knowledge that you shared in preparation for this tonight. This process involved a lot of people and thousands of hours of dedicated work, and it shows. I think impressed is the word that I have had as an overall feeling when I was reading through this mountain of material related to the project that's before us tonight. I support the recommended action before us here tonight. It's started for this process over 5.5, 6 years ago when the residents supported and passed Measure X. Our community wants this site to be a hotel, and they spoke through voting in order to let us know that. We've heard the people say during public comment here tonight that this magnitude being proposed in our, the hotel being proposed in our city didn't come, the type of project being proposed doesn't come along every day. And I agree with that. We don't get this opportunity every day to redevelop a site like this. And we don't also have a developer who lives up to the reputation of caring about the environment the way this developer has done so. They've listened to our community input, they've adjusted, amended, and worked hard in order to bring us a project that complies with the general plan, complies with the local coastal plan, all zoning regulations and city ordinances. The project identifies environmental concerns and as it's supposed to through CEQA, and it applies the mitigation measures that are necessary for it to adhere to bring those concerns down to less than a significant level. All of those mitigation measures, if you read through them, one of my skepticisms was how are they going to be enforced? And I asked that question very clearly to the project developers. And the answer to my question is they will be enforced by a team of people, full-time employees that will be chosen by the city and paid for by the applicant, whose job will be to monitor and enforce and respond to concerns and be able to amplify on how these mitigation measures will actually take place during the construction and follow-on operations of the hotel. I support it because the project has no variances and no exceptions. I think this hotel is going to be a great improvement to an area in our town that is run down and underutilized and ripe for reconfiguration and development. This new design was thoughtfully put together in a way that embraces safety and accessibility. It has the sustainable design features, which I think is my favorite part, the sustainability, and it increases our public access. The hotel will benefit not only the city and our people, but our future citizens in a very big way. The revenue will allow the city to repair roads and streets that we hear about on a very common basis that we do not have the money to do, but so desperately need to do. They need our attention. We'll be able to improve parks, maintain our protected coastline in the way that it deserves with safe access. We'll be able to improve the downtown areas that also need revitalization and our attention with the extra revenue that this hotel will provide our city. I support the redevelopment project for the many benefits that will be bestowed upon our PG residents, both current and future, as well as our visitors. So thank you to everyone who's been involved in this process and for the careful consideration that's been given. And those are my comments. I don't have any further questions at this time. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. It seems that a lot of comments have come in that say we have to, and this is a false choice in my estimation, that we have to choose between an eyesore or this project, and those are the only two things we can choose. Well, my choice tonight is to choose a defensible EIR and CEQA analysis. That's where I want to see us headed. There's been talk that this project doesn't require a single variance or a single exception, that, everything is pristine as far as compliance. I think someone claimed it was meticulous compliance. But, one of the biggest exceptions that you can imagine is being granted to this project under special circumstances granted by the Water District. And what the Water District essentially is doing here is they're saying, you're going to get 3 acre-feet of credits. And 3 acre-feet is a lot. That's 1 million gallons a year. You're going to get 3 acre-feet of demand offset credits that we're going to allow you to put over in Salinas or wherever. It's actually not defined, for laundry use. And that demand, that you can offload that demand, put it somewhere else, park it over here, and then the 18 and a half acre feet that you have of water credits based on a 1991 analysis over 30 years ago will allow you to keep that entire 18 and a half acre feet plus the 3. So there you go, you got 21 all of a sudden, and they're calling that conservation. You're not conserving anything other than water credits on site. So this idea that there's no variance or exception, there's a huge one. And this offloading of water demand onto a off-site location is certainly one of them. And it's a huge one. And in fact, it's such a bad idea that the Water District just recently prohibited the practice, Ordinance 189. So when I hear there's no exceptions or there's no variances and everything's just hunky-dory, I don't know if I can agree with that. And when I say I want to see a clean EIR, the letter we got from the California Coastal Commission makes it abundantly clear, speaking of, non-compliance or quote unquote meticulous compliance, we're not even close there. They are ratcheting up their opposition and their thoughtful comments on it as well. But what they're saying basically is this EIR isn't ready. So a lot of it does deal with water. And getting back to this issue of special circumstances, the determination of special circumstances done by the Water Management District at their October 15, 2018 board meeting. And the agenda packet is now part of their agenda packet is now part of the record. I do have a question for our city attorney. Mr. Rado.
Yes.
Good evening, Dave. Why did the district decide that allowing off-site laundry was a bad idea?
I can't speak to the decision makers' rationale.
Do you recall the discussion?
I do recall, but I'm all I can tell you is that the special circumstances was granted.
Yep.
Probing into the rationale of the decision makers is not my role.
That's fair enough. Let's ask another question. Why was this determination of special circumstances as regards CEQA compliance, why was this found to not constitute a project as defined by the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines, Section 15378?
Because it did not affect a change in physical circumstances. And once again, that was a determination of the Water Management District Board, and taken in 2018.
We received a letter from Jane Haynes, who provided a copy of Section 15378, and in it, under subsection A3, she mentions it does become a project when an activity involving the issuance to a person of a lease, permit, license, certificate, or other entitlement for the use by one or more public agencies. So your reading of that still leads you to believe that the district acted properly and not, or excuse me, acted properly in saying that CEQA compliance was not necessary under 15378?
All I can tell you is that was an action taken in 2018. The statute of limitations is passed to challenge that. It is a final action of the Water Management District Board.
Okay, well, that brings us to the next point, because the last paragraph of the agenda report talks about our CEQA responsibilities. In fact, it says that the finding of special circumstances has to be consistent with CEQA compliance for the proposed project. Will special circumstances be consistent with CEQA compliance as currently defined in the EIR?
I believe it is, because the special circumstances finding of the Water Management District is a completed act. That was a quasi judicial determination by that board, and that's been granted, and that's no longer subject to challenge. So those are the facts that are presented to this city for its review.
Okay, so we have to accept the finding of special circumstances. You're saying we have to accept that? That is
Yes. That is not within your decision-making authority. Those are the rules of the game that come to you.
Okay, well, so when was this done? It was done in 2018?
October of 2018, I believe.
Why doesn't this represent piecemeal CEQA then? You didn't know what the project was, so how can you determine what the CEQA compliance would be if you don't even know what the project is?
There was no challenge to that action, and it is no longer right to challenge. If anybody wanted to challenge, it would not be a challenge to the city. It would be a challenge to the Water Management District's determination.
Well, it could be a challenge to our accepting something that was done in piecemeal form.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay, that's fine. We're going to get lots of pushback on this, I'm sure. So in the last paragraph, though, let's read this last paragraph. Mr. Stolt might want to chime in as well. But it says, when a water permit is issued under special circumstances, water use will be reviewed annually after occupancy. That is not currently a condition of approval. Is Mr. Stolt, maybe he can answer this. This is actually Mr. Stolt's agenda item. So your name's on it at least. So is it your intention to review annually the water consumption, metered water use on the site on an annual basis?
Yes, and to your earlier CEQA question, no permit has been issued. Conditions for the issuance of a permit were discussed at that board meeting, October 15th of 2018. So there's, there was no actionable permit or anything that might trigger what you were reading earlier.
Well,
as far as
yeah, you were just kind of authorized to go ahead, weren't you? You were just authorized to go ahead and issue a permit based on special circumstances.
Exactly. Exactly. And special circumstances has been used before. When Monterey Salinas Transit, or MST, redid its headquarters in the Ryan Ranch location, we felt that there was questionable design and that might increase water use. They assured us there would not, and so we put them forward under special circumstances. Sunrise Assisted Living in Monterey, similarly. So this is not the first of its kind. There's been a handful, maybe 2 handfuls worth of projects that have moved forward under special circumstances.
Do you review annually their water consumption?
We do. And Sunrise Assisted Living, as an example, about 2.5 years into their existence after completion, they were noticing an increase in water use, pushing up against their limits. And we think it was due in no small part to the configuration, the demographics of the type of patient that they were keeping. Nevertheless, they did a bunch of retrofits and then stayed within their boundaries. So,
okay, so this is standard practice for you. You've got no problem with this. When something gets special circumstances approval, you're going to go ahead and review annually. Is that right?
It's a commitment that the owner of the project makes.
Who's going to actually review the consumption, though? You?
Yeah, we do.
Yes. Okay. So if we put this in as a condition of approval in our use permit, you'll have no problem with this because this is a standard practice then.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. What the next sentence is kind of interesting. It says, if actual water use exceeds the preliminary water use capacity estimate, then the district will debit the jurisdiction's allocation. So what you're saying here, I think, is, okay, project, you've promised these great conservation efforts. Although again, I don't think laundry moved off-site represents conservation. But if you don't live up to them, we're going to go get that water somewhere else. And that means getting it from the jurisdiction. But in Pacific Grove, our jurisdictional allocation is 0. So how does that work?
Yeah, well, again, as you heard earlier, we do not expect that the project will come online before Pure Water Monterey expansion comes online, but there's always that possibility that we do tend to get mired in the mud over water here on the peninsula. So let's say it doesn't happen. We very recently, within the last 3 or 4 years, did a special circumstances with the city of Monterey prospectively, which means that their allocation would be debited from the first increase in their allocation due to a new water supply. Meaning,
we'll get a negative allocation.
You'll get a negative allocation waiting for that new water supply.
Yep. All right. Kind of paper water. All right. I get it. So, okay. So but we've got to agree to that, right? So before you issue a permit, this city council has to decide that we're going to sign up based on this promise to debit our allocation if it should go over. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
That is an element of it. Yes.
All right. When is that coming to us?
In advance of the water permit. So, until there is a plan check pre-project and post-project, and there's discussion about where the post-project water is going to come from, and it will be coming from special circumstances. At that time, there will need to be a letter from your city that says that you understand that there would be a debit to your allocation, and if they exceed it. And that's why I think that 2 acre-feet of buffer comes in to help. The fact that we should have a new water project online before we even get to that point will help. But yes, in fact, if the city wants the project, they would have to send us a letter approving a debit to the allocation should the allowance be exceeded.
Okay. And the last part says that as well as authorize the district to issue a water permit based on a finding of special circumstances consistent with CEQA compliance for the proposed project. What CEQA compliance are you talking about there? Are you talking about us approving the EIR as it's drafted now?
Yes.
All right.
And all the sections related to water supply, which are based, of course, on a design intended to be compliant with the special circumstances designation.
So if we added this entire paragraph in your agenda report as a condition of approval, you wouldn't have any problem with that?
Well, it's not for me to decide, but yeah, I don't see a problem in it. I mean, this is.
Well, I don't want to offer something
on
if you're just going to object to it later. So what I'm asking is, you've explained it. You said it's typical.
Yep.
So why not? Now, one thing you did I think in one of your comments to Mr. Councilmember Pedori, you kind of took exception with some of the language relating to the local water project. I wasn't exactly clear on where you were going with that. So if you could kind of backtrack a little bit for me, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, council member. Much of your email discussion was actually related to this issue, that ultimately the city's water allocation would be the backstop for special circumstances should actual water use exceed the limit.
Well, it wasn't the allocation, it was the entitlement, but right.
Right. No, and the only way you can satisfy with a local jurisdictional amount of water would be from the local water project allocation. Or
unless you do
entitlement.
this. Yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, sorry.
Right. And so what the attorney for the State Water Board, Mr. Westhoff, said was, in my understanding, the project is not intended to utilize water credits derived from the local water project, which we all agree.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, your concern is that it may requirement as a backstop. He goes on to say, if my understanding is incorrect, which it would be if you had to backstop, the city would need to first obtain the State Water Board Executive Director's prior authorization before allocating such water credits to the proposed project. And my point was that is inconsistent with what the State Water Board has said. In fact, Mr. Westhoff himself, who was the author of the April 19th letter to the city of Pacific Grove,
right,
it reminded you that the funding condition for the state loan said that you'll need the State Water Board's consent for new service connections or an increase in use at existing service addresses resulting from a change in zoning or a change in use. And then he goes on to conclude that if it is, projects that do not undergo a change in zoning or a change in use would not have to be looked at.
Correct.
We agree that a hotel use was subject to referendum and therefore was a change in
initiative. It was an initiative, not a referendum.
Right. Okay, an initiative. So we agree that there was a change in zoning. The point that I was making is that if in fact the project had to rely on an entitlement from the city of Pacific Grove, pay for it and apply it, they could apply it to the proposed commercial and retail spaces, which would not be a change in use, and therefore, per the April 19th, 2019 letter, would not have to go forward for state water board approval.
I actually disagree there. I'll challenge you on that one because
Mayor, point of order. I just wanted to make sure we have relevance still, that this seems to be getting in the weeds a bit.
well, EIRs are complicated, Councilmember Tomlinson.
We seem to have wide latitude, been having wide latitude in council member discussions. It was Council Member Fedori that specifically asked the general manager of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District to speak on matters that he thought was relevant. So 2 of your council members have asked for Mr. Stolt to talk.
Can I continue, Mayor?
Please.
Thank you. So if you look at the change, so you're trying to differentiate by saying the change in zoning for the entire site only dealt with hotel use, which is correct. But because there are existing commercial uses there, that is somehow set apart from just the hotel component. But as far as I'm aware, and I'll just throw this out as my understanding, the State Water Board does not differentiate between 2 commercial uses. A hotel is still a commercial use. Commercial use is still commercial use. So I don't believe they would see it that way, but we'll see.
Well, I can tell you from experience that they will.
Okay.
They will look at the hotel use as a change in use. They will not look at the commercial and retail as a change in use. And they have a long history of a short rule of thumb, which is if a project was commercial and remains commercial, no need to look any further. If it was residential and remains residential, no need to look any further. If it goes from one to the other, or if it has an increase in use at an existing site due to a change in zoning, then they must look at it further. And there are many, many projects we can point to that they looked no further because.
Okay, well, we're talking about this project though. So this project underwent a change in zoning, full stop. Therefore, condition 2 of the CDO applies, as well as impacts our funding agreement for the local water project, which is modeled after condition 2.
Only applies to the elements that were due to a change in zoning.
That is not articulated anywhere. So I'll just.
It is. It's articulated in multiple state water board actions.
All right. Well, as I say, we'll see on that one. I think for water now, why isn't, so this will be my final question. And I think I'll start off with Mr. Our city attorney. This regards the demand of, or shoving or offloading water demand off to another site, like what we're doing with this laundry, which again has been now prohibited by the Water Management District. But somehow it's now still embedded within the special circumstances. In the case that dealt with the transfer of use credits or water use credits that required SEEK review, the district's position was, no, that doesn't require SEEK review. Courts came back and said it did. Why doesn't the offloading of demand of these 3 acre feet, they could be here, but no, we're going to put them over here. Why doesn't that require secret review? Or
if I may, through the mayor, the key here is, and the finding in special circumstances is that the water to meet the laundry need would not occur within the CalAm system, that it would be outside of the CalAm system and therefore not affect the limitations of the state board. And that was the focus there. You would be correct if it just moved it to another spot within the CalAm system. But once you take it outside of the CalAm system, it's no longer affecting the cease and desist order. It's no longer affecting the Seaside Basin. Those are no longer localized water impacts.
But that's understood as regards the CalAm. But what about CEQA? I mean, there's still going to be environmental impacts of those 3 acre feet being used somewhere else.
That water use would be one way or the other, but it may well. The question would be, what is the magnitude of that?
Well, I'm just suggesting that the impact should be studied and analyzed. And I think I rely on that Save Our Carmel River as kind of guidance, in that it established that secret review should be just used for transfers. Now you're saying, since it's not happening within the district, okay. Is there anything, can any one of our EIR experts from Kimberly Horn, is there anything in our, or no, actually this should be for Mr. Mullane or Allison. Is there anything in our conditions of approval that mandate that the water for laundry or the laundry service shall be outside the CalAm service district? I have not seen that.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Rob Mullane, consulting planner. There is, in as much as that condition number 1 is talking about the project must conform to the plans and uses as approved. So in their project description, they specifically identify the offsite laundry in Salinas. So if they were to come back 2 years later and say, you know what, it's more cost effective if we do it in Monterey or somewhere else within the area, then that would be a change in use that would need additional city permitting.
Well, okay, you're kind of relying on it. Okay, let's put that in. I would propose that we put that in as a condition of approval. And it sounds like if that's what they're going to be doing, they shouldn't have any problem with that. I do think this project's going to get a lot of state regulators involved. The local regulators seem very keen on pushing it through. I understand that's been the case for a long time, but we are subject to the Coastal Commission approval. They are going to likely review the CDP, and we're also subject to state regulators through the State Water Board, who in their October 26th letter said it's very likely that CalAm will not be able to set a larger meter. And if that is the case, then I'm not sure how a building permit can even get issued based on the water flow analysis that's required as one of the conditions of approval. And those are my comments for water for now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to past several days, probably 2 weeks, I've been looking at all the mitigation measures. And I have a few things to say. I'm going to be skipping some because a lot of them have been said before, and I don't want to repeat them. So what I had talked about here, what I've written up here is these are some of the changes to the ACC project and some of the mitigating circumstances with some important points. And I'm going to reduce this a little bit. They have reduced the building mass. There has been no doubt about that. Excavation has been reduced by 35%. They're going to have a biologist on board to monitor the seals. I do know that the seals are, the pups are born all over the Atlantic and the Pacific area. The street curb will be improved. The frontage and the sidewalks are a tripping hazard, and they need to be repaired, and they're going to repair that along with the new sewer lines. The trees planted, obviously it's going to be a 2-to-1 thing. They're going to be planting new ones. I've looked at those trees several times walking the site, and they're in poor condition. There's a few that are good, but most of them are half dead. This is only going to beautify the area. Also, the ATC hotel will be walking distance to a lot of our areas, such as to rent bikes going down the coast either way to the Pacific Grove or to the Monterey area. Plus, people can walk to many of the businesses that are on Central Avenue, such as Andronico's, Cafe Guarani, Villos, Happy Girl Kitchen, First Awakenings. It's already stated about over $3 million is going to go to the city of Pacific Grove through sales tax, property tax. Pacific Grove to the school district also will benefit. I also wanted to mention, it's already been talked about the sustainability, the rooftop solar panels, the LED lighting, the rooftop treatment. And of course, there's been discussion on this laundry going to Salinas. Truck operations have to be in adherence to PG Municipal Code 16.44. The excavation is going to be about 9 to 10 weeks is what I read, to 18 to 24 months construction. They're going to consult with the Esalen Nation, native tribes. To me, this is a common sense. This has been an eyesore. It's depressing to walk by. It's an embarrassment to our city. It's dilapidated, broken windows. It looks like a ghost town inside. It's underutilized. It's an embarrassment for the city. I also wanted to mention that former Mayor Pro Tem Robert Hewitt, not on this call, but on some other calls I listened to, he says that there'll be nothing. It deals with economics. It has nothing. The site is great, and it'll be great for our visitors who will be able to see the monarchs, the lighthouse, the coast. Former Mayor Bill Kemp mentioned that the ATC Hotel is a new solution. Landscape is degraded and needs a major refresh. The new project is visual appeal than what we see today. There was also former council people that talked about it's a great visual, architectural, and commercial bridge between Cannery Row and the Pacific shoreline. It's been talked about friends visiting can stay that are visiting people in Pacific Grove. I also want to add that the ATC hotel taxes and TOT will help our city's infrastructure, enhance public works, parks, public safety for our citizens in Pacific Grove, just to name a few. Plus, we also have to look at, there are some of the council goals and visions that we need to live by. And I'm naming only a few. Identify additional revenues opportunities, promoting multi-beneficial development, promoting financial stability, repair, improve sidewalks, parks, sewer systems. The ATC project supports all these goals. Comstock Properties has been in the business for over 35 years in the state of California. They've had high quality commercial developments, hotels, homes. As you can tell from the presentation, they have talented architects, designers, and craftsmen that work together to create their developments. For these many reasons, I recommend and support the actions that is recommended by the staff.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I definitely want to thank everybody for their emails and public comments. I did my best to answer them all, but I'm sure I missed a few that trickled in today. I also would like to thank the ARB, the planning commissioners, staff, prior city leadership, the applicant, and the design team. The amount of project materials and the project history is absolutely daunting. But watching the ARB and Planning Commission meetings, was really helpful to me, as well as the letters from the California Coastal Commission planners. Per their correspondence, and even the one that was sent yesterday, I quote, "We remain concerned that the project before you today is too large, does not have an adequate water supply, and will not result in any on-site lower cost accommodations." And so, when you go back and you look at the Coastal Commission's prior correspondence throughout the project, these three critical issues are consistent concerns. And those concerns were shared by the ARB, our Planning Commission, and public. I do appreciate the scale modifications that the design team made, and I'm actually quite satisfied with those. I'm not feeling comfortable or satisfied with regards to the water issue. And really for me, a main reason or a main issue that I'm concerned with is the lower cost visitor overnight accommodations. So per the resolution, or per condition number 23, the lower cost overnight accommodations, the feasibility and impact analysis that was prepared, did the city obtain its own feasibility analysis, or was that provided by the project team? Maybe Mr. Mullane can answer that.
Sure, through the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, the applicant did enlist the services of EPS. City staff also worked very closely with EPS, the consultant that prepared the analysis, and indeed Kevin Kahn, the district manager of the Coastal Commission, had recommended EPS as a firm that had done other similar lower cost visitor accommodation feasibility studies to the applicant.
Okay, so I think what I'm confused about is this delta of in the letter from the Coastal Commission, and they're speaking to a pretty recent project in Santa Monica that was looking at $100,000 per unit for the low cost visitor accommodation. So, we're talking a difference of 1.7 million for the in lieu fee, and the Coastal Commission is saying, no, it's more like 5.6 million. So how is that, how do you see that delta? Like, what do you think that discrepancy is coming from? It's a significant one.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, that's echo here. That is an excellent point, and there is clearly a difference in opinion right now between the Coastal Commission staff and the city staff on this. If this ultimately gets appealed to the Coastal Commission, then they will be able to further refine that that dollar amount, if it remains as the in lieu fee, it's you know, they are the ones that have overseen other projects throughout the state that have this type of a requirement. This is the first time through for the city of Pacific Grove. We you know, reviewed the study that was prepared. We were comfortable with it at the staff level that it satisfied the requirement in the city's implementation program, the LCP.
Thank you. And then something else that I understood per the Coastal Commission is that the burden to produce the required 56 low-cost overnight accommodations, would that fall on the city if we accept the in lieu fee?
Mayor Pro Tem, the answer is no. The city's requirement is to maintain the funds and to identify projects in the future that could be used for development of lower cost visitor accommodations. The city's not obligated to find a project or fund a project that would be equivalent to the 56 units. It is obligated to use those in lieu fees for only the development of lower cost visitor accommodations.
So the city would be responsible to identify a project in the future with $1.7 million for some sort of overnight accommodation?
That is the way the implementation program and the city's certified LCP works. Yes, that's how the in lieu fees would be used.
Okay, and so as far as identifying what that project would be, with less than $2 million, staff-wise, who would be managing an overnight accommodation when and if that got built?
Well, the city wouldn't necessarily have to manage it. At some point in the future, the city would use whatever funds are available in that account. And there could be other projects that come forward that would also contribute to those in lieu fees. It needs to be a special fund that accrues interest, and the city's responsibility is to utilize those funds just for lower cost visitor accommodation. I will tell you that it's highly likely that the in lieu fee use would need a partnership with a Silmar or some other developer, so that they would have some input and some contributions to that. But the in lieu fees, it is a brand new.
But that would be the city's project, right? That would not have anything to do with the developer anymore. That's the city. We're accepting the money, and therefore we're accepting the burden of a future development of lower cost overnight accommodations.
I wouldn't characterize it as accepting a burden. I would characterize it as we are responsible for using those funds towards the development of lower cost. And that could be through a partnership with a developer. We're not responsible with managing a hotel or building a hotel. We just need to use those funds to develop other lower cost visitor accommodations in the city. There's no timeline set on that. That could be 15, 20 years from now, where things have changed. There may be additional opportunities for short-term rentals in the city. A lot can change in that time frame, and it's a brand new program for the city. So we put a lot of thought into possibilities for offsite mitigation within the city limits, and because of the restrictions on short-term rentals, that makes it difficult for identifying good sites. But there are some opportunities, and they may not be readily apparent today, but they could be readily apparent 2 years, 5 years, 6 years from now.
Okay, so I'm just hearing that the city accepts the in lieu fee, and the city then is responsible to, at some future date, find a partner and develop lower cost accommodations. And do those have to be in the coastal zone, or can those be anywhere in the city of Pacific Grove?
Anywhere in the city, they can be used. But it is constrained to the city limits.
And in your opinion, with 1.7 million, how much more would need to be partnered or raised for, let's say, a 10-unit lower cost hotel?
That would be beyond my specific expertise, but again, there are other projects in the state where these types of funds have been used for accommodations. And we would, the city at some point would be looking to either carry that out on our own or partner with a developer to do that. And I see that Allison Hunter has her hand raised. She may want to add to that if that's all right with the mayor and the council.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob, for that explanation. Yes, that it's also my understanding that this would be put into a fund for a future, to assist in a future development. So it's not that this particular amount of money would pay for a specific development. Also, if you would like to hear from the applicant, I believe they can shed some more light on this question if you'd like to call on them.
Sure. I mean, I just think for me, the purpose of this, to have the 56 lower cost overnight accommodations is so we can welcome, there was at one point a wonderful family, there were family suites and a whole, family accommodating portion of this project that's gone. And so, I don't think the in lieu fee, I don't think the spirit of it is to, take 1.7 million and stick it in an account somewhere and hope at some point that, 20 years down the line, we might be able to partner with somebody. I think the point of having the lower cost accommodations is to, exactly what the title of it is so we can accommodate and provide coastal access to low income families. And so this is the part of the project, and I think a very important part of the project when we talk about equity and access. And I know the Coastal Commission will feel strongly about this too. I really think the city, we're selling ourselves short if we're going to take this very small amount that can't build anything. You can't even really buy a house in Pacific Grove for 1.7 million. So, what on earth, like how are you going to possibly be able to have some future low cost overnight accommodations? And I don't think the city wants to be in the business of a hotel partnership at some future point either. And so I really have a lot of concerns about this portion of the project. And I don't think that, if it was approved the way that it's presented to us this evening, that will be a huge disservice to our community. And when we talk about future generations, a huge disservice to future generations. So it's getting late. I'm just going to sort of wrap up that, I do hope that, we, the leaders and decision makers of this amazing city, that we can find a middle ground that will have a positive outcome of a successful project that's going to happen. And of course, I want revenues and commerce brought to the city. And I do think that the project modifications, they have really addressed and identified being sensitive to our National Marine Sanctuary and the other environmental concerns that have been brought to the council's attention. So I really would like to support this project and this hotel. I think the project team is incredible, but without this solution, I'm really ratified regarding the 56 on-site low-cost overnight accommodations. I'm not sure that I can get there. I do believe that will haunt the city later. And so I think that's it. And we're at 11 o'clock.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams, Ms. Geiler would like to speak to.
Oh,
this
yeah, sorry.
point.
Hi. Councilmember McAdams, I wholeheartedly agree with everything you said, and I think you're right on. I just like to take a quick step back and explain the process a little bit. So first of all, the reference project in Santa Monica and the delta for how the economics are laid out in that project versus this project are very unique and different. The Santa Monica project actually took out, I believe it was 67 low-cost units in order to build a new hotel. So there was a bigger in lieu number. That's just an aside point to try to clear up some of, the question about why is our amount this and why is that amount that. It's also a market condition. So when they do an economic analysis, they figure out what is the difference between a certain cost of an accommodation here and then the low cost accommodation, and the delta is smaller. So that's a simplistic way of saying it. We didn't drive the analysis, the experts did. However, I must say that we worked for a very long time with the city to try to find a project. We don't like paying in lieu fees. We like product and result. And city staff, we all worked to try to find a project. We thought we had identified one. It got sold to a different buyer, and it got to a point in the project and the process as we were entering CEQA. If you're going to do a project offsite, it's got to be identified in your CEQA process. We didn't have one. In lieu fee is a perfectly acceptable solution, and the Coastal Commission had told us at that time, we can't really monitor these on-site units, so you can pay the fee. We did not, it wasn't our choice. However, I will tell you this, we are prepared to do the 56 units on site. There's a metric to do it. Our team would like to propose with the city and work out what we'd like to call a hero rate. It would be available to active military, nurses, frontline workers, similar to how the program is structured in Santa Monica. It's at a low cost rate. It's the provision provides 25% of the units. It's 56 units. It's at the occupancy. We'll lay out the schedule. They're available to anyone in that category, which, by the way, you can enforce, because usually people who are frontline workers have a badge. There hasn't previously been a way to verify that you could get a low cost room to the people who deserve it. And that's what's been problematic about this rule. But we think we have a way to get the room to the people who deserve it. And so we would like to work with the city to implement this part of this project. And I really appreciate that you brought it up.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that's a very innovative solution, and I do appreciate your comment.
Council members, well, we're at 11 o'clock. So let me check in with everybody. Good to keep going?
I'm okay with keep going.
All right. Councilmember Smith?
Thank you. Yes, we've heard a lot tonight. It's getting late, and I'm just going to try to keep it pretty brief here and big picture on this. In 2016, I appreciate everything everyone's done, obviously, throughout the years here. In 2016, the voters supported a hotel at the site. This is a viable hotel project. It has incredible amenities. It does not require a variance, at least in a legal sense. It has adequate water, at least according to our local regulators. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I think this project greatly enhances an underutilized asset in the city. And I think that as part of that, it has significant benefits that have been highlighted by many people tonight. So I'm not going to go over all of them. But just generally, big picture, revenue, infrastructure, views, aesthetics, and job creation. So it's an economic driver. I think it's pretty rare to have an opportunity like that. And so we're all fortunate to be able to be a part of it. One project that can make so many positive changes in the community. The proponents of the project, thirdly, the proponents of the project have taken great care to analyze the critical issues, to modify objectionable aspects of the project, to collaborate with residents in various factions, various interest groups, to deftly address various environmental concerns, and even change the project slightly to enhance views, because we all love our views in Pacific Grove. Everybody knows that. So views of our coastline. So for those reasons, I support the project, and I believe it balances well the concerns of stakeholders and offers us a world-class facility for our community. So I will move now the recommended actions recommended by staff, and I'll make that motion now.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, sorry to interrupt the deliberations, but early in my staff presentation, I noted that we needed to make a couple very minor tweaks to the second resolution, if this is the direction that the council is likely to go in. So I could share my slide or my screen and show you and strike through and underline the changes to that resolution, and that probably should be part of the motion.
Are you okay if I speak first?
Of course.
All right, thank you. I want to thank, echo the comments of everybody involved, the Comstock team, city staff, the ARB, Planning Commission, City Council, and last but not least, the public that's been so heavily involved in all the discussions and following it along. I think that's all been helpful. I want to make a recommendation. It's on mitigation measure bio 1.3, which is also repeated in condition 48 of the permits. And that's the biological monitor and city will consult. Well, the bio 1.3 is the mitigation measure where the city has a biological monitor for the seals and oyster catchers. I'm mainly speaking about the seals, as we heard from the public. The seals habitat is at Stanford Hopkins Marine Station, and that they have, without doubt, a huge amount of expertise in marine wildlife. And so I think we'd be remiss if our biological monitor and city staff didn't consult with them and with NOAA, the umbrella organization to the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. I think the reason should be obvious. A biological monitor is one person with expertise when we can draw on the expertise, world-class expertise that's right on our doorstep. So I propose that the biological monitor and city will consult with Stanford Hopkins Marine Station and NOAA, assuming they agree to on a voluntary basis. Consultation would be routine, including monitoring and testing. So for the makers of the motion, that's one add. Again, that would be to mitigation measure bio 1.3 in condition 48. Dr. Hopkins and NOAA. This water supply, I agree with some of the comments about leaving the expertise to our water regulators. And I saw, Mr. Mullane, your slides. Let me see which slide. It spoke to water. On your water demand analysis, and you had mentioned water savings measures. We talked about the offsite laundry and also what you call a gray water capture and reuse, or it's also cited earlier in the documentation as a recycle for toilets. Are both of those in the project plans? And this could be a question for Ms. Geiler as well. Are both of those water saving measures in the project plans?
Mr. Mayor, they're in the appendix to the AIR, which was the Stantec report that looked at water demand, and that was part of the application materials. So from staff's perspective, it is part of the project description, and it would need to conform to the condition number 1, the conformance to plans.
Yeah, I just had Ms. Geiler, I see her shaking her head. She agrees with that. Great. And then on the bottom of that slide, it states that the project will not need to buy water entitlements from the city. I just wanted to confirm that with Ms. Geiler.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry about that.
It says the last line of the slide, no PG local water project entitlement water is required.
Under our analysis, yes, we have a almost 2 acre-foot buffer.
Okay. So I would like to put in a condition that if we do sell water entitlements for the project, we obtain State Water Resources Control Board approval in advance. So that condition would not rule out that possibility. But I feel that to protect our low cost loan for the local water project, I'd like to have that in there so everybody's clear that our local water project loan would not be at risk if in that possibility we had to sell water entitlements. Is that acceptable, Ms. Geiler and Mr. Mullane, as a condition?
Mr. Mayor, it's that would be up to the applicant. Staff is comfortable with the conditions that have been drafted. And there is this condition early on that talks about obtaining all required other regulatory agency permits. I think it's condition number 5. But I see that Allison would also like to comment on perhaps this, but any changes to the conditions of approval, and I would encourage the council to make those, if there are changes, to make them only to the conditions of approval, to not adjust the mitigation measures. The conditions will be fully enforced by the city. So any clarifications or refinements to the conditions of approval that are based on a mitigation measure can just be to the conditions of approval. But anything, it would be, because this is already the appeal hearing, I would strongly advise the council to ask the applicant if they're willing to accept those conditions of approval before making any changes.
Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Rob, and through the mayor. Yes, I did want to reiterate changing condition 48, which has to do with mitigation monitoring bio 1.3, does raise a little bit of concern. We would want to have Kimley Horn's input on that, simply because these mitigation measures are a standard of practice. They're prepared by the experts who prepared these specific documents. So if you wouldn't mind, I think it would be helpful to have Tad weigh in on that request.
Mr. Stern.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we would caution about the language of consulting with the other parties, simply because even though we certainly understand the sentiment, but the way the measure is designed is to give that monitor the authority to get back to the city based on their observing in the field. I think consulting with Hopkins is probably going to go with the territory, because they'll probably need to be working with them for access on the property, et cetera. And with NOAA, it's a federal agency. We don't know, even though I'm sure they would be very helpful, you can't guarantee that they're going to be able to get back, to the monitor in order to fulfill that requirement. So we just didn't want to put too many parties in the measure and dilute that authority of the monitor. We just think it might make the measure, less effective. I think the parties involved are probably going to be talking informally during this process. I could foresee that happening very easily.
So thank you for that. But that's not in the condition. I think that they should talk. Maybe you think that the word consult is too strong, but you would expect they would be talking with Hopkins. I would like to express a desire that the monitor and city staff talk to Hopkins, and not just the monitor has authority to do whatever she or he wants without consulting our neighbor and a world-class marine organization. So if you object to the word consult, what would be your replacement word?
Well, I just want to make sure that as the condition is being monitored, as the mitigation is being monitored, that it can show compliance along the way. So I'm not sure exactly what word to replace there to wordsmith it.
All right, well, I'll throw it over to Ms. Geiler. Do you have any objection if the monitor was requested to talk to Hopkins? It seems like Mr. Stern thinks that is a natural and reasonable thing to do, but he doesn't want to commit to it on paper.
I trust Tad is the city's consultant and an expert. We've been consulting with Hopkins all along, as they mentioned tonight, and I would think we would continue to do that. The city will hire the biological monitor, so I'm not sure I'm the one that makes that part of the decision. But we would continue to as we have.
Ms. Hunter,
Thank you,
would
Mr.
someone
Mayor.
from your staff be talking with Hopkins?
Well, in order to have the condition of approval be effective and measurable, we would need to have a product or a result of the talk identified. So what is the, we would need to have the talking or the consultation result in something measurable so that we can determine that the condition has been met.
Well, in that regard, the mitigation measures are full of plans and reports. So that must be measurable, to your point.
Right, the reports are
Or to
demonstrating.
report that they consulted with Hopkins.
Mhm.
That would be a measurable result, it would seem, based on your description.
I'm trying to read the condition and the measure to see if there's a way to craft it.
Councilmember Thomason, do you have a suggestion?
I have a suggestion. It sounds like messing with the condition on the fly is a little bit troublesome due to all the measurability.
Okay.
But maybe
This isn't.
Oh,
eh,
well,
all right.
my
Well,
idea.
thank you.
Am I frozen? Sorry. The
no.
idea, Mayor, if you can hear me, is I think Ms. Hunter said to make it a condition of approval so that parties will agree to include the consulting with Hopkins in as a condition of approval, and then they'll put it into the condition appropriately. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That sounds good to me. I just wasn't hearing that.
Ms. Hunter, is that if we were to make a condition of approval to want that to be included, it would be up to all of you people on the call here to include it properly at a later date, but we shouldn't try to write it exactly right now.
We could, yes, staff could include a new condition of approval that requires consultation with Hopkins. What I'm trying to get at is what is the benefit or what is the result that's expected by adding the condition of approval to consult.
That there would be discussion with other experts. With other experts in marine biology, marine mammals.
Mayor?
That have intimate knowledge of our shores.
Well, we're hoping that the person that you are hiring for that purpose will be, the most qualified person that you can find through that process.
Yes, the monitor we hire.
I think and you don't like the word consult with Hopkins.
Well, we don't want to box in your monitor into.
I understand, Mr. Stern. Thank you. You don't like consult with Hopkins. I thought that was pretty, or talk with Hopkins. I guess I'm a little frustrated now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could suggest,
yes.
The term consultation does have some very specific meaning. And I believe that if you insert the word confer, that would be that contact, but it wouldn't be a formal consultation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laredo. I like confer. How's that set with everybody? Ms. Hunter? Confer with Hopkins?
I think we can work with that.
I think that's the word we might have found sooner at 9 o'clock.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So where I would suggest inserting that is after the first sentence of that condition, which says during phases of construction that generate higher noise and vibration levels, the project applicant shall fund the engagement of a qualified biological monitor or monitors approved by and under contract to the city to observe and document the behavior of both harbor seal and black oyster catcher populations. And then right after that sentence, it could have this concept of conferring with Hopkins staff as part of the routine duties of the biological monitor or something of that nature.
That sounds great. I see Ms. Geiler nodding in approval. So I'm not seeing any objections from council. So great, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to turn back to purchase or entitlements. And it's a gray area. Our code seems to indicate that we'll sell water entitlements to anybody, and we don't confer with the State Water Resources Control Board. But I think in this instance, as I earlier stated, there is a risk to our local water project, the low interest loan. And so I'd like to add that. That's more of a staff, it's the way the city would process a water entitlement sale to the ATC if the ATC project so desired to purchase water entitlements. Looking for pushback from staff. Mr. Mullane?
I see Ms. Hunter waving her hand.
I did not wave my hand.
Oh, I imagined it.
Yes, a couple of the council members are waving hands.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm not. Let's just check with the applicant and staff consultant. Any thoughts at the moment? Sound okay? It seems pretty harmless, given the fact that the water demand analysis is approximately 2 acre-feet below what Mr. Dave Stolt will write a permit for.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like the applicant is ready to address that.
Okay, I'm missing people on the screen. Ms. Geiler, would you like to?
It disappeared from the screen.
Yeah, you're
okay.
bouncing around.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Peak. I do understand your concern. We are confident in our water analysis, and if you feel this condition is needed to protect your low interest loan, it's fine with us.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Laredo.
Mr. Mayor, knowing how the state board process works, I would suggest to you that we could word this in the reverse. So instead of saying that you would need to get state board approval, that's a very complicated and cumbersome thing to get. If you reversed it and said that a water entitlement will not be available for the project if the State Water Resource Control Board or its staff objects, then that would get you to the same end, and we wouldn't have to be worried about the process by which the State Board might approve.
Perfect. And that sounds great. So hopefully staff got that as a new condition. Okay. And now perhaps testing my luck here. I have an addition to one of the compliance measures. It's the use permit condition number 11 regarding the condition compliance plan. And I mentioned this in the ex parte disclosure that I had discussions with Mr. Mullane. Deborah Geiler and I exchanged an email, and Mr. Laredo weighed in on what this condition compliance plan would look like. And the reason I'm really I bring this up is because there's so many benefits to this project, and they've already been discussed. I won't go into any of them, but there are also many environmental impacts. And by weighing the benefits versus the impacts, the negative impacts go down with all these mitigation measures, of which there are dozens. And the way that these mitigation measures occur is in the future with the city, our compliance person, and our city staff. And I think that that's very important, the report out mechanism and letting the community stay aware of the compliance conditions, the completion of the compliance conditions. So I'm going to share my screen. Second here. Let's see what happens. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
I think you can. Okay. So I'll just read it. The condition compliance plan would specify the format and frequency of compliance reports, identify how reports would be available to the public, and specify the public's primary contact. The reporting frequency could be daily for heavier construction periods, including demolition and grading, becoming less frequent during less intensive construction. A project-specific web page would be maintained for project updates, monitoring reports, clearance/completion of each condition of approval, and contact person information. Just like the EIR process, where we had Mr. Mullane and we had a project-specific web page, this describes what would happen going forward, and let the public be aware and be engaged in what's going on. And I think this will buy also a lot of goodwill for the projects and little community goodwill. And I thank Mr. Mullane for helping me with this. He didn't know that I was going to show it today. Sorry about that. Anyhow, so I throw this out for staff. Ms. Geiler, the way in, your thoughts? This would be simply an addition to condition 11, which is already pretty long. Ms. Geiler?
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Peak. Staff had provided this, or was part of our dialogue, I cannot remember. We've reviewed and agree with this condition, so long as it doesn't interfere with mitigation measure or anything. We are fine with this.
Thank you. Okay. Well, this is a lot. How about council? Any quick council reaction? Violent objection or not so violent objection? Okay. I'm going to stop sharing here, get back to it. All right. Thank you very much for that. Comments on a couple of other things, just quickly. Birds. We heard from the Monterey Audubon Society about bird-friendly glass. The conditions in the resolution are pretty vague. I won't belabor them tonight, but I hope, Ms. Geiler, that your team will take them to heart and see what we can do to help protect our avian neighbors. Trees. Of all the actions that this project will do, chopping down 79 trees is the most undesirable impact, though in large part or in some part, it's certainly mitigated by a large number of trees being planted. I would hope in the future that our city government can have a plan for being focused on planting trees in our city, both on public land and encouraging residents to do that. I think we absolutely need to do that in the future. Story polls. In 2018, City Council reaffirmed the authority of the city manager to decide whether or not to have story polls or its functional equivalent. I would most welcome this future discussion by council on that very topic. I too question the decision not to use story polls, not just for this project, but for the previous commercial project. So council members, if you're interested in having this discussion in the future, I'd be welcome. And last but not least, one or two of the neighbors had asked me or made a point about truck hours of operation while the hotel was built and in use. And Mr. Mullane pointed out, well, the hotel operator is not going to want to have a lot of noise disturbing the guests. And so that works in favor of the neighbors as well. And I saw the project design is going to have a role, a door, a sort of garage door, if you will. What happens in the future? What if trucks become an issue, problem, noise, and
Point of order, Mayor. I would like to know if you're planning to amend the motion because we have a motion on the table. Or
yeah, I am. I'm wrapping up here.
Okay.
Councilmember Pedori. I'm getting there. Hold on. So I had a question about the future. What would the neighbors, what recourse would the neighbors have if they wanted to discuss truck hours of operation? Mr. Harvey?
That's already in your municipal code. There's a section that deals with loud and unnatural noise. It's not permitted in the residential areas that exists currently. Code enforcement, police department respond to that today. We have people that call about early morning truck deliveries and that type of thing, and we respond to that.
All right, great. Thank you very much for that. So you've heard my three. I'll make a, let's see. I want to split the question. Also ask for that. We've got three motions on the table. Councilmembers Smith and Emilio, your motion was for all three, I suppose.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's my motion and it is for all three.
All right. Let's continue discussion of the motion. Councilmember Coletti.
Mr. Mayor, may I chime in here? I do believe it's very important to take the motion on the environmental review as a separate motion on its own.
All right, thank you, Mr. Laredo. Let's see, I would prefer to split the question if the makers of the motion are agreeable to that. I don't see that any big.
How do you want to split it, Mayor?
Well, there's three motions, and Mr. Mullane wants to update a motion. So I recommend that we just split the question and let's, okay.
Your Honor, I think if I'm interpreting the city attorney's comment, he'd like us to separate recommendation number 1 as a separate motion, and therefore I'll accept your proposal to split the question, probably 1, 2, and 3 separately, and I'll move the recommendations in each in a separate motion if I can do that now, and ask for the seconder to give me a second on all 3.
I'm taking the initiative to share my screen so you can see each of the 3 motions separately, if that's
Okay.
if that's all right.
Well,
with
all right, let's, we've got council members that want to speak to this. Let's go ahead, council members Smith and Emilio. I had that, well, let's go ahead and do the first motion, and then we'll go out for the council discussion on it.
And so, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to share my screen for that first motion? Would that help?
Yeah.
The council?
I leave that to Councilmember Smith.
I don't know if I need it, and if is it any different than the one on my staff report?
Not the first motion, but the second motion would have some amendments that I mentioned early in the staff report, and then I think the council will want to discuss the proposed modifications to some of the conditions of approval that the mayor suggested.
So I would suggest that you then share your screen on each, and please notify me if one of the amendments that the mayor had discussed with staff and applicant applied to one of those motions. But as I understand it, the first motion, recommendation number 1, does not require any of these amendments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make that motion then first.
And Councilmember Emilio, I think you were the second.
Yes, I agree.
But this is the motion, mayor and council recommended motion number 1. I'll make it a little bit bigger here.
So
Okay.
Discussion on the, yeah.
And yes, and as Councilmember Smith said, this is no different than what is already in the packet. I'm looking at it right now.
Correct.
Okay. All right, if you could take your screen down, please, we'll have council discussion on the motion on the floor. Councilmember Coletti.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, and thank you for splitting the question. I think it's important to vote on the EIR first. I do have some questions that relate to the EIR, a couple. I guess this will be for Mr. Mullane or whoever he wants to direct it to. But this came from the public, and the question basically is how many instances of flushing, of seal flushing, a day is allowed? Or is there even a number for that?
I could answer that, but I think it might be more appropriate for Tad as the EIR project manager to field that one.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Mr. Mullane is correct. There is no specific number for flushing, and flushing is not the only type of behavior that might be observed by the monitor. So it's to the discretion of the professional monitor to make that determination.
Well, what determination are you talking about? Counting the number or distinguishing between the types of events?
No, they're going to be monitoring for the behavior of the animals. So upon their professional recommendation, they'll be making a determination if they're seeing disturbance.
Okay, so where's the threshold when they actually contact whoever's going to coordinate between the monitor and the people doing the work to perhaps shut down work. Yeah.
So if they see behavior that is defined as disturbance, they will immediately call the city, who gets in contact with the operator.
Okay, and there isn't, say that happens 20 times a day, there's no limit on that, I guess.
No, that's not true. So the way the mitigation is structured is that first of all, the measure starts with preventative measures for noise attenuation.
Okay.
And based on the numbers and the data that we have, we're below the 90 decibel threshold even without mitigation. So there'll be noise attenuation mitigation to start with. The monitoring is a backup for that. So if despite the mitigation, despite the distance, and despite the noise measurements that we have, if this behavior is seen, then the project has an opportunity to say, okay, time out. Is there something else we can do? Can we change a piece of equipment? Can we add in more attenuation features? Can we alter something having to do with the construction process in order to tamp down the noise levels even more? And this is consistent with the mitigation strategy that was in the Coast Guard report that's been talked about a few different times, that started with noise attenuation, also had monitoring to back it up.
Yeah, that involves some pile driving for a few hours a day, is that correct?
That was a very different type of project, yes.
Okay, maybe apples and oranges even. So this 90 decibel number, where's that measured at?
That's measured at the beach, at the sensitive receptor. The sensitive receptor in this case would be where the animals are.
Okay, so that won't involve any human involved. That'll be a remote sensor essentially, correct?
Yeah, nobody's going to be necessarily monitoring for the decibel level, because the animals don't know the decibel level. It's a matter of looking at their behavior, and we even said, and people picked up on that word, the unpredictability of the nature of it. You don't know if an animal could be affected at 80 decibels or 100.
Sure.
If the idea is to monitor the thing, but this is the threshold that NOAA recognizes, and is also in the other reports that we reviewed.
And that's 90 decibels in air, correct?
In air, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Maybe, if you don't mind, Mayor, I don't think Mr. Schofield has ever spoken, and he's raised his hand, so maybe he has something to add. Your discretion. Go ahead.
If I may, I just wanted to add that we have proposed to do sound monitoring, and what we can do is we can monitor at the construction site. We can also monitor towards the beach, not on the beach, but towards the beach. So we can correlate noise from the construction site to noise levels at the beach, not an errant truck driving by on Ocean View, for example. So there are ways to quantify and measure and monitor in real time with real-time alerts, cell phone alerts, noise from the construction site that originates on the construction site that reaches the beach, in addition to the human visual monitoring of the seal's behavior.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mullane, real quick, I did notice there was another two, I believe, additional conditions of approval added. One of them dealt with the Ocean View Boulevard right away. Can you give us a brief description of what that? I thought the proposed, at least the appraisal that was done, contemplated selling that strip of land. And now we're talking about doing an encroachment permit. Why would they need an encroachment permit if they're going to be buying the property?
Well, the first, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the agreement is not finalized yet. So the agreement does set a dollar value for the uses of the right of way. The instrument to allow the hotel to continue to occupy a portion of that existing encroachment could easily be, and in city staff estimation really should be, an encroachment permit. which is advantageous to the city because it's revocable. So if there is something, that needs to happen with a road widening, some critical aspect of Ocean View Boulevard that needs to be widened 50 years from now, there is the possibility of the city working with the hotel operator to adjust their project so that the road can be widened. So the city would retain ownership of it and would be issuing a long-term encroachment permit, which was discussed with the public works staff. It's not necessarily a new condition. It's splitting out one of the existing conditions just to call attention to it. That the specific Ocean View Boulevard encroachment permit requirement was in the prior set of conditions, just together with another encroachment related condition.
All right. So we're still contemplating selling that while also maintaining an encroachment permit. No, we're not going to be selling it now.
We would not need to sell it as an encroachment permit, but the city may want to realize some value of that through the real property agreement that has not yet been finalized.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Well, just to speak to the motion, because I know people are anxious. It was mentioned earlier that this EIR has, and this project in general has meticulous compliance. But if that were true, I don't think we would have received this letter from the Coastal Commission, which has definitely, their tone has definitely ratcheted up. And we wouldn't have received a letter from the State Water Board letting us know that this project probably will not receive a larger water meter. So meticulous compliance, I don't think so. And then we have a 305-page legal document, with numerous attachments, that basically tells us we're walking into a CEQA landmine. So I unfortunately will not be able to support the motion on the EIR. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Deborah, I wanted to somehow see if in the condition regarding the in lieu payment, you had mentioned having, a lower rate sort of accommodation. How could we incorporate that into condition number 76? Do you have any ideas?
Point of order, Mayor. Jenny, I love this idea, but can we talk about it on the second motion? Because the first motion is not going to include this.
I'm reluctant, Councilmember Tomlinson. I have not been and am still very reluctant to be the speech police. And when council members are recognized, they're free to speak on whatever part of this they wish. So
I thought we were having discussion on the motion.
That's
why
that
trying to keep
was
it straight at this time of night.
You are correct. You're absolutely correct. Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams, if you would, you have the floor. Okay,
I'm happy to wait if you want to vote on it.
It would appear that Councilmember Tomlinson.
It doesn't matter, whatever.
Would like you to wait. Okay.
Perfect, I'll wait. Happy to wait.
All right. Any further discussion on this? I just have one question on this biological monitoring on Hopkins. Does it need to go into the mitigation measure and condition 48?
It does not, Mr. Mayor. It can just be inserted into the condition of approval and still be consistent with a mitigation measure, just more specific.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, deep breath. I think we're ready for a vote. Ms. Kendall, are you still with us?
I am, Mayor. Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Council members Tomlinson,
Aye.
Coletti,
No.
Baduri,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll now go to motion number 2.
And Mr. Mayor, would you like me to share my screen? This is the trickier of
Please.
the motions.
Please.
So I hope you can see the PowerPoint now. Advance my slide. There it is. And Mayor and council members, the last portion of this that's underlined in red is, I think, maybe still up for discussion by the council, but the important things that staff noted need to be done are the first underline on the second line that says inserting the words overturning the planning commission's denial of the project and then approving all the planning permits. And then the last the first phrase of that red underlined text 5 lines up that begins with the revisions to the number of planted trees in the findings in Exhibit A. So those are the 2 staff recommended modifications to the motion. And the rest of that text is I drafted as the mayor was suggesting changes to conditions 11, 48, and then this new condition with making sure the State Water Board does not object to utilizing a Pacific Grove local water project entitlement if it's needed. So it can be up to the motion maker what the content of the motion would be, but staff would recommend including the first set of red underline and then the first phrase of the rest of that underline that ends at findings in Exhibit A.
Councilmember Smith, is this acceptable to you?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I'm of course fine with the staff recommendations, and with respect to the last, I guess, from the comma and on, it reflected in the red line text at the bottom of it. My understanding is I haven't checked everything against the number right now, but I'm conferring with Hopkins is one I had written down. And I'm not sure if that's 11 or 48.
48.
Okay. And then I had written down the entitlement issue with the SWRCB in the language that Mr. Laredo recommended. Is that 11? Or that's the new one?
That's the new one. Condition 11, if I may, is the additional text that the mayor showed when he shared his screen, which speaks to just additional details on the permit compliance condition of approval.
Then I would accept this language with the caveat that if staff has any objection, please speak now as to any objection you may have. If there's none, then this will be my motion.
All right, and I'll turn to the second of the motion. Councilmember Emilio, is this
Yes.
acceptable to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of guessing what I think Council or Mayor Pro Tem McAdams is going to say, but I'd also like to have her say it. So because I would like to see if Ms. Geiler is amenable to add one more thing about the hero rate. So sorry for interrupting you, Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, earlier, but could you add that comment now?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was just wondering, so this is condition 76 with regards to the payment in lieu of the lower cost overnight accommodations. I would like to incorporate something, with regards to providing on-site lower accommodations via a lower cost overnight special rate program until the development of a lower cost overnight accommodation project is constructed, something along those lines. Like, I didn't know what, I appreciate the hero rate and I think that's great. And Deborah had mentioned that they were going to do the 56 units on site. So how are we going to incorporate that into the conditions?
Mr. Mayor, I can field that one if that's the pleasure of the council.
Please give it a try.
So we would modify condition number 76 to instead of talking about a $1.8 million in lieu fee that would be paid, but the inclusion of 56, if I heard Ms. Geiler correctly, 56 on-site lower cost units to be geared towards a hero program that would provide opportunities for certain professions. And so we would have to also include the quarter unit as a mitigation fee. So we would take, there would still be a small amount of money that would go into the fund, and it could be seed money for something. It could be used for planning purposes to identify a good candidate. But the requirement is 25% a minimum, and that's 56.25 units. So if there are 56 units developed on site, then the developer would still have the 0.25 unit to be paid in an in lieu fee, which would be a very small amount of money. But we can identify that dollar amount, and we can identify the concept of the 56 on-site units for lower cost visitors.
That sounds great to me. Is that amenable to the project?
Rob, 0.25?
Yeah, it's a minimum of, so it's
I don't know what it says, so I defer to you.
Yeah, that would be and actually the Coast Commission rounded up to another whole unit, which is incorrect. We didn't see anything requiring that in the implementation program. But just like a in lieu parking fee, if you're providing spaces and then you're left with a fractional remainder, that would be a cost, and it could be a good thing for the city because it could just be seed money for some other lower cost visitor project down the line, and perhaps another hotel comes in, and there's been some planning work on that those funds wouldn't just sit in the bank for 20 years.
We will agree to that. I think obviously there's details so that it can be implemented that we will need to work out with staff outside of this forum, but it's 56 rooms made available at the level of occupancy. We kind of structured this with staff. We told you kind of what the program would be. We'd identify the category of people who would qualify. We call it hero rate, like they did in Santa Monica, but I think the program would be like that, Rob.
Right. And I would use the word concept of in the motion. And so we can work out those details. Would want to check with Santa Monica and see what that looks like. I will say that this would be very welcome news for the Coast Commission staff, because this is one of the issues that they have repeated throughout the process.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had a question to the staff regarding one of the conditions that was shown on the screen. The conference with the State Water Resource Control Board, is that a common practice for all projects that are done in the city, or is this an exception?
This would be atypical, and it is, I believe the intent of the condition is just to kind of underscore the fact that the project does not need any additional water entitlement, and in fact has a almost 2 acre-foot buffer.
So I would like that condition removed if this is going to be against. We should impose this condition for all projects, not just this project.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think I can speak to that. I don't think Mr. Moulin gave a complete answer there. It is unique because this funding agreement that we have for the state, from the State Water Board at 1%, low interest money, it is conditioned on this very type of project, that if there is a change in zoning or use, the water freed up by the local water project cannot be used to service that project. So the terms of the funding agreement for the local water project applies to every parcel in town. So if they seek, an entitlement. So, but in this case, there has been a change in zoning. And the developers already agreed to it. So I don't see any need to remove it. It is applicable. It is unique because this site has undergone a change in zoning, which does trigger this issue with the funding agreement. And as the mayor rightly points out, we're simply trying to preserve our good relationship with the State Water Board. We don't want them calling our loan on this project just because water ends up going over to a project that it shouldn't. I hope that answers your question. By the way, that condition, have you assigned that a number? Would that be condition number 77? Or I think Mr. Laredo has the language, so does the council, but has that been assigned a number? You're muted, Mr. Moulin.
Apologies. It would make sense that it would be a new condition 77.
Okay, thank you. Well, so I mentioned a condition I would like to see, and I guess this is the right time, and it's regarding the location of offsite laundry. Again, this is just, belt and suspenders for making sure that what the intentions are, and that's get followed through by specific conditions, and that's what a conditional use permit's all about. So I propose 78, which has been emailed to council. 78 would be the location of offsite laundry. To read simply, all offsite laundry shall be performed outside of Lamb's Monterey service area, which is apparently what they promised to do. And now we're just going to kind of lock that in as a condition of the use permit. That's the only thing I had regarding the whole thing with we spoke earlier about the whole issue with the district's special circumstances. That sounds like it all already has to come back to council anyway. So I don't think we need to do anything here tonight. We'll have that discussion then, and then perhaps wrap things up with that. But I would ask the maker of the motion to accept this one amendment dealing with offsite laundry. And if that's amenable, seems like that's all I have to say for now. Oh, by the way, I do like the MST trolley idea as a condition. So I'll simply end there.
While the makers of the motion are contemplating that request, I just I'll just add that there are a large number of conditions. Of course, all the mitigation measures are in these conditions. And well, we don't know how effective all of them will be, but I'm optimistic that a lot of the actions that will be taken, for example, traffic has been mentioned a number of times tonight. And let's see, one of the conditions, see if I can pull that up quickly. I think it's a transportation demand plan, Mr. Mullane. What is the name of it? And then monitoring traffic.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's two conditions that relate to operational phase traffic. One is condition 65, which is the project operations traffic management plan. And then, as you alluded to, there's a annual review of the transformation demand management strategies to minimize impacts of increased traffic from the new development, and that includes for employees commuting from out of the area. And I'll try to find that number for you.
Oh, that's right. So thank you. I think that's an example where the concerns and a very rightful concern of residents on traffic, which impacts all of us. There's built into these conditions of approval are ways to not only assess the impacts in the future, but also take steps. There's a number of steps to reduce those impacts. So that's much appreciated. Let's see. Where are we? Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, Mayor, I'm just wondering if the makers of the motion accept the two additions and we can take a vote.
Your Honor, may I
Yes,
address that?
Councilmember Smith.
I accept the Councilmember McAdams's proposed revisions to 76. I think that's what she was intending, to make that an amendment. She's shaking her head, yes, for the record. But at this point, I'm not going to accept the laundry condition, because I'm reading all these conditions and it's a little bit very specific, and it's also contained in the project description. So that's where I'm at with it. And of course, the other things that we already talked about.
All right, Councilmember Emilio.
I'm okay with, I'm not going to repeat, but I'm okay with what Councilman Member Smith said.
Okay. I think we're getting burnt out here. Should we go for a vote? This would be with what was shown by Mr. Mullane on the screen, plus, and we don't see it on the screen, but the words relating to low-cost visitor accommodation. I guess we'll just trust, unless Mr. Mullane, unless you want to show us something on the screen, we'll trust your words and the video.
I think we have a good handle on the changes that we need to make. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Coletti.
Yeah, just one last point regarding the laundry. So as I mentioned during earlier discussion, the Water Management District doesn't allow this scheme any longer where you can do the offsite laundry. And the reason given during their board discussion is because it's unenforceable. So the purpose of my proposed condition is that we're serious that this is going to happen. So if you get your special circumstances by actually following through. And I'm simply asking that that be allowed as a condition of approval, which is different. It's, you know, it's explicit. And I don't want to hear staff come back later, well, it wasn't explicitly stated as a condition, so we're not sure now. And I just know how planning commission use permits, conditional use permits can work. And the best thing you can do is explicitly nail it down. The district doesn't allow this practice any longer simply because it's unenforceable. So why not put in our own enforcement mechanism by saying it shall be done? Thank you very much.
Well, I'm not seeing much traction, and most of that might be because of the lateness of the hour. So without a show of support for this, why don't we just go ahead and vote? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not seeing any objection. Ms. Kendall, may we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
Well, I was no on the EIR, so I have to be no here, I'm afraid.
and Councilmember Paduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, thank you very much. Now to our last and final motion.
Did you need someone to make the motion, Mayor, or?
No, actually, the motion was already made by council members Smith and Emilio, and it looks like there's been no changes. This is the motion that is in our packet. I see no changes. Any discussion on the motion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Thomason, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mullane, isn't this the one where you said we needed to add a February 2nd date and some kind of real property agreement financial instrument, or
Yeah.
at the beginning? Is that where this one comes in, or you're muted? Rob, you're muted.
You're muted, Rob.
I'm sorry, it must be late. That is this third motion has no revisions. It's as it was presented in the staff in the agenda report.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but Councilmember Tomlinson has a good point. I thought we needed to vote on the intent to vacate Sloat Avenue.
That is your third motion, Mayor.
Where does it?
I'm going to bring it up in the staff report because I think the PowerPoint had a holdover.
I'm looking at your presentation and it's not, the word vacate is not in it.
Correct. I think we need to look at the staff report itself. So let me share this window and we can see what the motion says. But it does already set the date of the hearing for February 2nd as written right now. Yep.
But there's also a separate resolution to vacate that we haven't voted on.
Correct. That's going to come back to you on the 2nd of February.
Okay.
So it's this motion here. I move that the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove adopt resolution number 22, whatever the next number is, declaring the city's intent to vacate excess right-of-way located on Sloat Avenue, accepting and reserving rights for the existing public utility facilities and setting a time and place for a public hearing on said right-of-way vacation. And then in the body of that resolution, it does set the date of February 2nd.
It's my birthday. Sorry. Nobody cares.
I know. So just to clarify, we are voting on what you just had on the screen.
Correct. It's in your agenda packet. That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right, what page is that? I'm sorry.
That's on page 136 of your agenda packet.
The amended agenda packet?
No.
Yes,
No.
136.
Okay. Okay, great. May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
No.
Paduri,
Aye.
Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you all for staying with us. I see the attendee count is at 75. The panelist is 34, so we're at well over 100. So thanks to everyone for staying with us tonight and participating. It's democracy in action, local government doing its thing tonight. Good night, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Good
Good morning
night.
to, good morning to
Good
everybody.
Morning. That's right.
Meeting adjourned.